Hello, everybody. We're Martin Bowman and Daniel Goodbury, the joint program leaders of digital animation. We'd like to welcome you to our annual end-of-year animation festival.
That's right, we're back. It's Animation Exposé Online Part 2, Digital Boogaloo, Mayor's Revenge, Reloaded, Endgame, Too Digital, Too Furious, I Still Know What You Rendered Last Summer.
For those of you who haven't experienced the real-world version of this event before, the morning will be composed of a selection of talks from artists in the animation and games industries, a video about some recent research the university has been involved with, and a film from one of our first-year students. There'll then be a break for lunch, obviously one of the best parts of the day. We'll then start again at 2 p.m, where we show the best student projects of the year, and finally, we'll end with the award show. With a change to our usual way of doing things, our usual way of awarding prizes this year, we're going to go interactive. There's a frightening thought. For many of the awards, and you, the audience, will be the people who will be judging the prizes. There'll be more information on the YouTube page later today to help you vote for your favourite projects. We'll be using a site called www.menti.com, and you can cast all your votes from your phone. Some of the prizes have already been judged by our industry jury, so we'd like to thank them for doing that very short notice over the weekend. Thanks, chaps.
So this is our second time running a live event. You'd think this would make us pros at this, but if you notice I'm keeping unnaturally still, it's because every time I move more than a centimetre, either my mic or my camera cuts out. So already we're off to a really strong start. We have got chat up. I can see chat. Oh, I'm seeing F's in chat already. Excellent. That's exactly what I like to see in chat. We do have about a 30-second lag in responding to chat. So when you guys type something, it'll take us slightly longer to see it, or at least respond to it in order. But someone say something in chat and I'll respond to it, and then that'll excitedly test the lag between you hearing me say this and then you typing something and then me responding to it. And then we'll have a really clear kind of triangulation of how long it takes you to hear me say a thing and us to see you respond to it. I'm watching chat avidly, waiting for someone to talk about the thing I've just been talking about. There's an air horn noise. I'm going to take that as the response. Well done, everybody.
Okay. The past year hasn't been much fun for anyone, obviously, but the students and staff of the University of Hertfordshire haven't let a little thing like a massive global crisis get in the way of teaching and learning, of course. Even with the dramatic effect this has had on the industry, 50% of last year's graduates still found work in industry, and 20% of this year's graduates have been hired already. We're really glad that our students and staff adapted to the new online way of learning and demonstrated that no matter how tough the world gets, we're tougher and more creative too, and possibly better looking.
Obviously, in addition to dealing with lockdown and remote learning, what not all of the audience may know is this year the students also had to contend.
Oh, I think we had to contend with the cyber attack, which looks like it just took Dan out. Dan's camera is obviously being remotely hacked by various cyber enthusiasts at the moment. So I'll try and fill in for him. But Dan was trying to explain to you, to everybody here, that we had to put up with a cyber attack, which happened in semester B, that knocked out all our computers, our render farm, and for a few crucial weeks, nothing worked, which, as you can imagine, for an animation course, it's a fairly disastrous experience. Ah, Dan's back, but without volume, without sound. Oh, well, he's beautiful, but we can't hear him. Okay, that we have any projects to show at all this year is a testament to the determination of our students to get their projects done no matter what, and to the massive amounts of hard work and support provided by our teaching and technical teams. If we could just at this point plead with any of the cyber attackers who are currently hacking down, if they could just possibly lay off for just for a little bit, that would be nice. Okay, before we begin, we'd also like to thank the industry professionals who have given up their time to create talks for us, and also for those who act as, well, as I mentioned before, the jury for some of the awards this year. Now, our first industry guest is John Stevenson, who directed Kung Fu Panda and worked on Shrek and Madagascar, amongst many amazing animated films. So I hope we're going to see a little film from John Stevenson, hopefully in a minute.
She's a week, she's 100 years old, and then hopefully we'll get a bit of peace and quiet. Be back in 2 minutes.
No worries, no worries. You take it easy.
Didn't want to do a wee, just wanted to bark and go outside and stand around like a. So,
everyone, this is John Stevenson, who very kindly has, willingly offered to do this recording. It's very generous of people to do this, and we don't take this for granted. Many people don't have time or too shy. And so for someone to agree to do this, I always think it's a little bit courageous. And so I just would like to acknowledge, John, your kind generosity to do this. Now, I don't want
you're
to.
very kind, Bill.
Well, maybe it's a symbiotic thing, because eventually we're going to talk about your little project you've got going. But so, John, could you just give us a quick rundown of who you are and why the heck you're here with me now?
Well, apart from you and I having known each other for quite a long time and being chums, let's see, I started my career really when I was 19 on Jim Henson's Muppet Show. Muppet Show was shot at ATV Studios in Boreham Wood in Elstree. And the Muppet workshop that built the creatures for the Dark Crystal and Labyrinth was in Hampstead on Downshire Hill. So I worked on Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, Little Shop of Horrors with Frank Oz. Then I freelanced through the 80s in London, working for Richard Williams and Animation City, but Ralph, all the sort of the regular. Didn't work for Espresso Animation, but
it didn't exist.
Pretty much everybody else. Dragon. Well, that would be the reason. But just was a jobbing freelancer in the 80s. I worked on some low budget films. I worked on TV shows like Danger Mouse and Count Duckula, a show called The Dreamstone, which took me to the Philippines, where the show was prepped in London, but we got the animation done in the Philippines. It was from Colossal Pictures in San Francisco, and they invited me to go to San Francisco to work on Back to the Future, the animated series, which Colossal had just landed. So that's what brought me to America in 1991. So I was an art director on that show, did that, became a staff director at Colossal for a few years. Then I left Colossal. I worked with Henry Selick, who did Nightmare Before Christmas, and he had a stop motion studio in San Francisco, and I went and worked on James and the Giant Peach, the follow-up film to Nightmare Before Christmas, and then I worked at Industrial Light and Magic for a bit, and then eventually sort of rocked up to DreamWorks, I think in like 1998, and I started as a story artist on Shrek, first Shrek, and I worked on Shrek 2, Madagascar, Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas. Then I asked to be made a director, and after a little bit of extra effort on my part, I was rewarded by being made a director of a TV show called Father of the Pride, which is a primetime CG show, which I'm sure no one's ever heard of. And while I was working on that, I directed the pilot and about 4 episodes. And while I was working on that, they asked me to work on Kung Fu Panda. I wasn't the first director to work on it. It had been going for a while, but they were making a change. They got rid of the first director and asked if I would put my hat in the ring. Not just me. I mean, I'm sure they asked a bunch of other directors at DreamWorks, and so I did, and I ended up with a job. And so I directed the first Kung Fu Panda with Mark Osborne, and was at DreamWorks for, I don't know, like 10 or 12 years. I can't remember exactly. And then left, worked on a bunch of things. I did a short film for Ridley Scott and Coca-Cola called The Polar Bears in like 2012 or something. Then did a feature film show about Gnomes, which was the sequel to Romeo and Juliet. That brought me to England in 2015. And that released in 2018 and was a huge flop and got terrible reviews. And apart from some personal projects, which we'll probably talk about later, that probably brings us up to date.
Well, thank you. That's about an entire career in 3 minutes. That's amazing. So can I ask you like just a couple of questions about some of the jobs you did? Because when you were with Henson's, what exactly were you doing there?
Well, my first job that I was actually hired for was to do the model sheets for all the characters on the Muppet Show for merchandise. All they really had when they were doing the merchandise, when the Muppet Show was a huge hit, were some sort of a handful of photographs that the stills photographer at ATV had taken. And often they were just sort of, the puppets were in like a weird angle, you know, its head back or its, you know, face turned in a weird way. And so what they were finding was that a lot of it took a long time to get merchandise, you know, to look like the characters, because the reference that they had was not very good. They didn't have a proper character book for the puppets, you know, either photographically or in terms of illustration. So I was hired to basically do them, to do all the model sheets for all the characters, which was, you know, basically draw them front, back, and side, and give them legs, because most of them only existed from, you know, the waist up. So, you know, if you wanted to draw Fozzie stand, you had to figure out, you know, what the proportions were and what their feet were and how they looked moving around as a full-scale figure when those things didn't exist. And, you know, and so that was really what I was hired to do first off. And then I moved from that into just being on the show, designing new characters as the script demanded. So there was a lot of, there was the staple cast of main characters, but sometimes there was a very specific thing they couldn't just grab out of the mix and match kind of puppets. The script would require a tap dancing walrus.
So John, can I ask you about that middle time in the 80s? Were you doing like traditional animation on paper for Richard Williams and people like that? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I wasn't really animating. I was mostly in sort of doing, I think probably mostly character design, or it was sort of between character design and storyboarding. So quite often what would happen, like Richard Williams or Sergio Simonetti at Dragon, or Jerry Hibbert or Graham Ralph at Hibbert Ralph, would call me in and they go, "We got this job, and it needs these kind of characters," and and I would do the visual exploration and make sure. And then when the clients were sort of happy, like, yeah, we like that character, we like that kind of look, I would often do the storyboard for the commercial, but I really didn't do the animation. So
sorry, John, could you tell us a little bit about how you get from storyboard crews to becoming somebody who looks like a director? How does that happen?
Well, actually, it's probably the most common way of becoming a director of feature animation, I would say. The most common path, not the only path, but probably the most usual path, is story artist to head of story to director. You can do it in 3 moves, basically. It might take years, but that is a very accepted path to directing in studio feature animation, because if you're a story artist or a head of story, you're in the department, probably the only department on the film which has a sense of what the whole story is. So it's much less common for animators to get promoted to be directors. So it's not unheard of, but it's much less usual, because other than writers quite often get promoted to directors, but really one of the things that the studio is looking for is somebody who has a complete understanding of the story from soup to nuts, the complete overview and how every scene interacts with every other scene. And as you know, on animation, certainly on a feature, you tend to just get, you're given your scene, it has to hook up to the scene before and the scene after, but exactly where it falls in the story and exactly how this pays off with that isn't necessarily your concern. Whereas if you're in story, you are in daily story meetings about how is the whole story working? Is this moment that we put in their first act paying off in the third act, and all of that stuff? And these are like fundamental requirements for a director. So if directing is where you want to go, being a story artist, getting yourself promoted to a head of story, so you get the experience of running a department and sort of managerial experience, and also as a head of department, you become one step closer to the directors and producers and the studio executives. So you become a familiar face, and you're in the meetings that sort of tell you how a film is actually run. Whereas if you're a story artist or a background artist or an animator, you don't really see those high-level meetings. So as being a head of story is a very good prep for understanding the rigors of what directing is actually going to be like, without all the pressure of actually being the director. You get to observe it before it happens to you.
Hey, can I ask you a slightly academic question, like your background? If you started at Henson's at 19, I'm trying to remember, did you not go to college or anything like that? Did you just like...
I left school at 16 because I was not very smart. The only thing I could do was draw, and I think I maybe got two exams. I think I got English and art, but I was not good at school. I didn't like school very much, so I left at 16 and I got a job as a runner at an advertising studio. I was the gopher, go for coffee, go for this, go for that. So I'd been working, at a very low level, as the, doing errands and then doing some arcane art production, the analog tools of paste up and electrosetting and, cow gum and all this sort of rubbish that you can just do in 5 minutes on Photoshop now that used to take days in the 70s. So I had like a couple of years of work experience before I got the job at the Muppets. And in fact, it was when I was at the art studio going through a campaign, which was sort of the magazine for the advertising industry, and there was a job for the Muppets. That's how I saw the job and applied for it for the Muppets. So I've never been to college. I went straight out of school and started work.
But then, like decades later, you're given this huge responsibility to negotiate your way through like a 90-minute narrative, which in my mind always, by the time you're that age and with that much experience, and you're trying to put together a story that can sustain itself for 90 minutes, surely you must have done some reading of classics and proper film studies. And I know you're a Stanley Kubrick nut, but how did you like bolster your arsenal of talents to become like an intelligent filmmaker? How does that happen?
Well, it's intelligent. I don't. We'll debate how intelligent this filmmaker is. But
okay, handsome. Let's just call handsome.
Oh, shucks, Phil, stop. So I think one of the things that I have, which is because I didn't go to college and I left school early and I started work pretty early, but then I, through the 80s and the 90s, I pretty much worked in every single department in 2D. Everything from, character design, storyboarding, layout, head of layout, art director, production designer. I did animation, I was bad at it. I did cleanup, I was good at it. I did in-betweening, I was okay at it. I did background painting. I even ran the Oxbury animation camera. I did checking, terrible. I had my own production company for a while, very unsuccessful, but gave me a sort of a feeling for what it's like pitching shows and being that end of it. So by the time I'd sort of got to be made director, and I'd worked on live action things as well, in a lot of capacities, not necessarily anything huge, a lot of student films and low budget things, but I'd been a camera operator, I'd been a sound operator, I'd been the gaffer and the grip, and the sparks on student films and low budget films. So by the time I was director, I'd had sort of an apprenticeship, that had gone on for like 30 years, which gave me a very good grounding of all the things that people need to do on a film. And I'd done most of them and knew what that took. In terms of the other part, that's a sort of that is up to you to try and make yourself better, every day and be smarter. So it's up to you to read, not just classics of literature, but I a lot of reading on, the history of Hollywood, history of animation, filmmakers that I admired, filmmaking technique, a lot of that kind of stuff. I did acting classes and improv classes so I could try and improve my acting. Not because I wanted to be an actor, because I wanted my storyboards to have better acting. I at some point in the 90s, I realized I kind of used the same expressions over and over again for happy or sad, or like these kind of kabuki masks that I would just put on the characters in the storyboard. And I thought this is kind of a bit simplistic and bullshitty. So I went and did acting classes to see if I could make my storyboards better. But that was an invaluable training as well for understanding acting, to help talk to actors.
Somehow I see you as a classic ham. I think you and I have that in common. It's just super hammy.
I'm super hammy. I did a bunch of voices for video games and cartoons. I'm I'm not tremendously versatile. You know, I don't have a huge range of accents. But if you want a snotty Brit, I'm pretty good. You know,
I I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember, but I did record you singing "La la 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 la, lovely bunch of coconuts." And actually, some students have animated to that. They didn't even know it was you. I occasionally tell them, "Hey, you know, this is John Stevens' voice," you know. So yeah, you're going to be into this.
Well, I always give myself a tiny line in every movie. In Kung Fu Panda, I'm a rhino guard when Tai Lung escapes, and I go, "Wait, bring it back!" And I still get a royalty check for like 20 cents every year or something. That was always a thing of mine. That when on Panda, I made a list of 3 things, just personally, that I wanted to try and get into the film when I got made director. And one of them was a 2D sequence, and the other one was to shoot in scope, 2:3:9:1, and I wanted to do a split screen sequence, and I managed to get all 3 into Kung Fu Panda.
So is the 2D part the opening titles that James Baxter did? Is that right? Wow, that's just so stunningly good, and we all are James Baxter fans. And you know, you look at that sequence, and you could watch the whole film in that style, I think.
Well, in fact, I mean, one of the things I hoped it would do, and when I set the 2D sequence, I had no idea where in the film it would go. It was a goal. Could it be a dream scene, or I didn't know where. And at some point, it became pretty clear that the smartest place to put the 2D sequence was at the beginning, and because then it would be a little bit surprising to enter a CG film and start in 2D land, and then it made it clear that what you just saw was a dream, and that the CG was actually what was sort of reality in our film. For Sherlock, I just wanted to figure out a way to do some 2D, and then I just realized that going inside Sherlock's mind, how his mind works, would be a way to do it in a very stylized way. And it was Neil who came up with the idea to do it in black and white, because he said, Sherlock's going to be incredibly binary. He's going to be, useful information or not useful information. So the idea of doing it in black and white, hand drawn, came from Neil, which I loved. I thought was great.
John, look, I don't want to take too long here, so I think what I'd like to do is quickly remind everyone that you have a film up your sleeves that you're making, and that it's through Falmouth. It's about 9 minutes long. It's a very beautiful illustrative 2D style, and you're hoping to find some willing animators even from our course, and that you and I will do another video, like a pitch thing, where you can tell everybody way more details about that. And what I'm going to do is, before this video actually gets posted, you'll probably commit to a time, and I can literally put the Zoom link connected to this video for people to attend your second talk. All right, John, could you quickly remind me the name of the film?
The film's called Middlewatch,
and
Middlewatch. It's Middlewatch because the Middlewatch is the watch on a ship between midnight and 4 a.m. or it's the graveyard shift on a ship's watches.
Cool.
And the film is based on an incident that supposedly happened during World War II on the Middlewatch.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for that. And John, thank you so much for doing this. You're just full of a billion stories. We could probably talk for about 3 hours and try to find those really hilarious incidents that have nothing to do with how to make an animated film, but everything about being an idiot and doing stupid stuff. Talk to you very soon about part 2.
Yes, please join us. We need all the help we can get. So come on down to Middlewatch.
We are live. And John, good morning. And still good morning to you. And thank you so much. Now, everybody watching this will know that you're John Stevenson. And I would like to tell everyone that you are way more animated today than in that video.
Well, hopefully the internet is a little bit better behaved today than it was when we did that. I've yelled at Virgin, and maybe I'm a little less stuttery than I was on the video.
No, you look completely fine today. So, but just would like to say thank you so much for doing that video. And I want to tell everybody that I edited down like an hour long into 20 minutes. So there's tons of cool stuff that you didn't get to say, but it is covered. And some of the questions that we've had cover some of the stuff that I had to edit out to make the video shorter. So, so John, can I just quickly dive into these questions? We only have 8 minutes. So
Dive away.
Okay, thank you. So I think it was a bee that knighted you, and you are now Sir John. And her question ran like, what was your favorite DreamWorks project? So maybe everybody would think the obvious one is Kung Fu Panda, but that may not be the case.
The favorite one that I worked on, or just my favorite one in general?
Oh, no, that you worked on for sure. We don't care about other people's.
Well, my favorite, I think, but certainly, not that I was asked this, but I think the best thing DreamWorks has ever done is How to Train Your Dragon. So that's my personal favorite. Which I had nothing to do. I didn't work on it at all.
That is a stunning film. Yeah.
While I was doing Panda, they were working on that. So that's the best thing I think DreamWorks has ever done. Best thing the thing I enjoyed working on the most was Panda. I mean, partly it was because it was my first film, but it was a really fun film to work on, and a really great crew. And it was hard, but I enjoyed coming to work every day. So,
but I guess when you had to step up to that plate, you must have felt very ready for that, like in your career, and
I did, and that's I'd done enough prep work coming up, and I'd been a head of story at DreamWorks, so that put you in a position where you could observe what it was actually like to be a director without being a director. So I could see what it was going to be. So I knew when I asked and said I want to be a director, what I was getting myself in for. It wasn't a surprise because I had I'd seen it up close without actually being it. So I kind of knew what I was taking, what I was going to see if they would accept me as a potential candidate. And I knew pretty much what it was going to be like, and I really wasn't that surprised at how it was when I got there.
And you'd been in the system for a while, so you could.
Yeah, I'd been in the DreamWorks system for quite a while, so I was pretty acclimatized to the way they like to do things and how it was going to be, and I'd done a bunch of things in a lot of other places prior to DreamWorks, so. Honestly, there weren't any big surprises. There were some recalibrations and adjustments, but there wasn't anything where I was like, "Wow, I didn't see that one coming."
I have another question that might slightly tie into this one. I can't remember who asked this question, but it was like recommendations for resources or approaches to how to improve storytelling, storyboarding, and storytelling, and having a grasp of the narrative. By the time you were on something like Kung Fu Panda, did you feel like you had all of your resources
I don't know.
in order?
I don't believe you should ever feel you have all of anything. That's my daughter sneezing in the background. Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, Gesundheit. I don't believe you should ever feel you know everything, because as soon as you feel that, then you're probably you're wrong, and B, you're probably going to start being lazy and getting complacent and making bad things. So you always need to feel there's more to learn. So I didn't feel like I knew everything, but I felt I knew enough. I felt I'd done enough training, both as being a story artist and other things. And the biggest thing I can suggest, and I know I've said this before, and I say it over and over, and it's always the piece of advice that nobody wants to hear. But the thing that and I originally did this to help my storyboarding, not for anything else, and I found it to be the biggest help, with pretty much everything to do with animation and particularly with directing. is to study acting, and that means go and do acting classes and do improv. If you do that, and it's what animators never want to hear, because nobody likes to do that. People like to work imaginatively. But the thing that will make the biggest difference to you, as if you aspire to be a director, if you're going to work with actors, if you want to create interesting, believable performances in animated characters, is to go and do really understand acting. That's how you're going to be able to talk to real actors who are going to do voices, which can be intimidating if you don't know that yourself. It's how you're likely to make your animation and your storyboarding. That's how I did it, because I thought my storyboarding acting was a bit cliched. Have more integrity in life, and it's really probably the very best thing to do to help you in all those things. The other thing, you can do this is don't just look at animation or film. Go and look at other things. Go and look at fine art. Go to art galleries. Go to the ballet. Go and look at trees. I mean, don't just be fixed on one thing. Expose yourself to as many different stimuluses as you can. Your work is going to come from observing life, so it needs to be your life and not a recorded life from somebody else. So get out in the world, look at the way the world works. Go look at.
Be curious,
Be curious, and things you don't know. If you've never been to an opera, take yourself to the opera. If you've never been to the ballet or something, or you don't think you like abstract art or whatever it is, whatever you think you might not like, go and expose yourself to it. And
I always think, like, there's an incredible library on campus. I always think one of the best things is to, like, go into all the shelves, go to a shelf you've never even seen before, and just like close your eyes and pull out a book, and then
that's great. Challenge yourself, and the best way to be, just challenge yourself all the time.
Yeah.
And keep learning.
Okay, here's another one. Before we get into the like more frivolous ones, any advice on getting into the industry? Because I think you've got a really cool story. I love people's stories about how they got into the industry, but you must have seen a million people entering into the industry. But what's your take on that in a nutshell?
Well,
kill people, be a terrible person to kill people.
This is always the question: is how do I, and it's always probably been the question since the invention of movies, and it's never been easy, and it's never been supposed to be easy. I honestly believe that it's part of the entry requirement to getting into the field you want, which in our case happens to be movies and animation, is that it's difficult. It isn't going to be easy, and it never was, and it never will be. And that's part of the weeding out of do you have what it takes to be in the industry, and the key thing I honestly believe that makes a difference between whether you have a career or whether you don't is not talent, it's persistence. Everybody has talent. The industry is full of very, very talented people. Talent on itself, even if you're the most talented, is not will not be enough. And the people who succeed are the people who persist, and they're going to get rejected, and they're going to keep on trying, and they're going to stick with it until eventually they get the chance. And that's the thing that's different. There isn't an easy answer. There's not a quick fix. What works for one person is not going to work for somebody else. It's different for everybody. You just have to really want it, and you have to stick with it, and you have to persist. And if you persist long enough, eventually you will get the opportunity. The universe is going to see who quits first, you or me. So, the only way to win the game is to be in the game. You've got to stay in the game, even when it's tough. And it will be tough at the beginning.
Like a crucible.
Yeah. I don't, excellence, apart from being persistent, excellence in everything, in your personal conduct, your professional attitude, as well as your work, is what will make you stick out. You need to be incredibly positive, certainly when you're starting out. You've got to prove why people should take a chance with you, as opposed to any of these other people that either they've worked with before, or that that they could 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 choose. And so, make yourself stand out by being invaluable. And I tell you this, I am so shocked when I go to big studios and I see people who've got an opportunity, like being an intern or being a personal assistant, and they're using their time and they're watching stuff on their phone, or they're looking at their messages. And here you are, you finally got into the door to, and you're waiting around for someone to tell you what to do. Go and get a cup of coffee, go and Xerox these scripts, whatever it is. Do not sit on your bum waiting for someone to tell you. If you're one of those people, you won't get asked back. The people who get asked back are the people who are thinking, what can I do that could be helpful, without somebody coming to say, go and get some coffee. If no one's giving you a job, give yourself a job. Go and organize the filing cabinets. Go and, sort out the stationery thing. Make yourself useful. If you're, if somebody has a choice between hiring somebody who's sitting on their ass looking at their phone, waiting to be told what to do, versus the proactive person who's in the stationery cupboard, figuring out,
no-brainer.
Yeah, which one is getting asked back? If you're super positive and willing to help, or you're kind of monosyllabic and grumbly, who do I want with me? The friendly positive person, or the the grumbly monosyllabic person?
Yeah. These
are very easy things that you can control. And I'm always amazed when people waste those opportunities by and are surprised that they don't get asked back. Well, I would have done it if they'd have asked me. It's not. That's not the point. The point is people are waiting to see, are you self-motivated? Are you a self-starter? If you have to be told to do everything, people haven't got the time.
Yeah, I even remember being like on a storyboard crew. Every single member of that storyboard crew was basically already a director. They were already amazing people, but they were just like boarding. But that's the kind of people who were needed. Anyway, John, I don't want to go on too long, but could I quickly say that you have a project going at the moment, and this Thursday you're going to do your pitch, because you're looking for student animators to help you out.
We need help. Yes, we need help. I'm making a short film, hand-drawn film with some 3D elements with the University of Falmouth. We've been working on it since 2018. We lost a bunch of time last year, which is why we need the help now to try and finish it this Christmas. We have a desperate need of animators and also people to help with backgrounds. We're going to do a presentation on Thursday at
5:30.
5:30, yeah.
And I have the Zoom link. Once we're finished this Q&A, I'm going to populate that into the chat so people can, log that in there. And you're going to describe the film and describe what you're looking for during that pitch, right?
Yeah, we are. So I won't spend any time doing that now. I would just say, we really do need help. We've reached out to a few places because we need to power through this. And if you're an animator, or if you can do backgrounds and you'd be interested in finding out a bit more, then please come along and attend the Zoom on Thursday afternoon.
Okay, so I think David, I don't know if David's going to come in here and pump us off, but we've already gone over our allotted 8 minutes. So I'd imagine that the next people are lined up, but I can't quite remember how exactly this gets choreographed from last year. So maybe if we have time for one more question, it's got to do with you and your cameo roles. I don't know, maybe you could just quickly do that voice you did in Kung Fu Panda again, as it's stunning.
Yeah, because I'm such a genius voice actor. Yeah, it's true. I always give myself a little tiny cameo one-liner in anything I did. And in Kung Fu Panda, I was a rhino guard who went, "Wait, bring it back!" when Tai Lung's escaping from prison and the elevator's being taken up. And I think in Sherlock Gnomes, I was a gorilla who probably said exactly the same thing, or something. I sounded pretty much like it, because that's pretty much the only voice I can do. So yeah, I don't do it because I'm any kind of great shakes as an actor. It's just, it's just a little emotional connection.
Yeah, and I think when you're in a studio, to pitch in and do scratch voices and everything like that, you never know where that will lead, eh? Because I know like Jamie's and Finding Nemo and all kinds of things like that. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess the most famous one is Brad Bird on.
Oh yes.
On The Incredibles,
Absolutely, yeah.
Edna Mode, because he did the scratch for Edna Mode and was fully expecting to cast some, big Hollywood actor, and and nobody liked anybody as much as they liked Brad's, weird voice. So he by default he ended up that. Quite often happens, by the way, that
oh yeah, Madagascar too, the head penguin, isn't he the director?
Yeah, Tom McGrath. That people get you hear something and you really like, and then you bring somebody else who might be a terrific actor, and their performance might be good, but you've just got used to hearing that character a certain way, and you just really like the way that person said it. In which case, they end up being the character. I think
absolutely.
In Bolt. I think it was the head of story did the voice of the hamster in the hamster wheel.
Oh yeah, that was just the best ever. Yeah.
So good. And nobody was as funny as he was, so they just kept him.
Sorry, John. Now we really are being kicked out. So Thank you so much, and we'll see you again on Thursday evening, and hopefully a lot of students will come to that.
Yes,
Zoom
come on
meeting
down.
as well.
Join us.
That will be all live. So what I need to do now is introduce the next guest. So thank you, John. See you later. And next we have another industry guest from Neil. Neil's invited. His name is Floyd Billingson, and he comes from Texas Studios, which I don't know much about, but he's CG supervisor and head environmental artist. Neil will do the formal introduction, of course, and then we'll do a similar structured thing as we just did with John. So thank you very much. And I think David's going to fade me out right now.
Starts to make me feel old, but yes, good to see you again.
So I thought I'd start by showing you some of your first year work when you were here.
Wow, okay.
No, I'm joking.
Cool. So my name's Floyd. I am a real-time CG supervisor at Axis currently. I'm also a lead environment artist. So I kind of do two things when we have the projects or when we don't have the projects. So as a real-time CG supervisor, I just kind of supervise large real-time projects and make sure that we hit the quality bar and get everything working and everyone has everything they need and make sure everyone's communicating. And then when those projects don't exist, I'm a lead environment artist for mostly pre-rendered projects. So that's just leading the environments and making sure that those hit the quality bar that we like to hit, and yeah, just making sure that they work and look as good as they possibly can.
So what have you been up to since you graduated? What was that early journey like for you?
So my early journey was, I guess I wouldn't say it was bumpy, but it taught me a lot, I think, about the industry and what I wanted to do in the industry. I got a job pretty quickly at a very large studio. So I got a job up at Rockstar quite early on. And it was doing kind of what I wanted to do, but also slightly to the left of that. So instead of creating environments and working on assets, it was more to do with optimization and bug fixing, kind of those sorts of things, and getting those through and helping the environment team by taking that load off of them. And as enjoyable as it was to work in such a large studio and move to somewhere completely different, it wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. And I think that was, yeah, just apparent in myself and the way that I was at work and in my work. So I think I moved quite quickly on from there to Rare, where I became an environment artist and did pretty much exactly what it is that I wanted to do and kind of found my place in, I say again, what I wanted to do in the industry, which would be an environment artist and create awesome art for people to play and experience. And to also be a part of the team that pushed the creative vision and gave ideas and felt like I was giving something to that, which is what I found at Rare. It was a really good place to work. And the team that I was with there was great as well. I ended up working with, I think, 3 guys that were in the course as well. So it was like a little family. It was me, Dave and Gareth, and Alex Jajomin joined us as well. I still see and talk to all of them very, very often. So we had like a little team at Rare, which was awesome. And we worked on the last Kinect Sports game that Microsoft had asked them to do. And for us, it was good because it was the most kind of visually cool one, for want of a better phrase. They went in a slightly more realistic but still very stylized direction. So it wasn't the same as the ones previously, which was like flat materials and just large shapes. We kind of had room to play with things and push things creatively. So that was great. And I think from there going forwards, I just kind of saw where I wanted to go, to a mobile game studio in Malta, I think, called Exient. So we worked on Angry Birds Go, which was kind of they did the 3D versions of Angry Birds game. And I think that's one thing that the games industry offers pretty much everyone that works in it, is that there's studios all over the world. And if you love what you do, you can move wherever you want and work on almost whatever you want. As long as you're good enough, there's no reason why not. So that was a great experience. I moved out there with my partner, and we had a great time just living in the sun and working on games. But I think eventually I kind of had the yearning to work on a AAA title and to really like push the visuals and fidelity and all of those different things, and have more than like 100 polygons in one asset. So I managed to get a job at Splash Damage, which is where I would say I learned the most and matured the most as an artist. I worked with an amazing team there. Some of the people there when I joined were just like, wow, I can't believe I'm working with these guys. So it was like the one place where I matured the most as an artist, I would say. I learned a lot there. I learned a lot from art direction, about art direction. I learned a lot from the team just about how to make the best assets, how to look at these things as individual elements and the scene as a whole, and really turn them into something quite special. And then after, I think I was at Splash Damage for maybe 3.5 years, I became a senior environment artist there as well. Me and my partner had a kid, and we decided to try and look back to Scotland and see what opportunities were available. And luckily for us, Axis existed. So yes, we made the move up to there, where I eventually became a lead environment artist and the CG supervisor. And that's up to where we are today, I guess. Cool. That's been quite a journey then. It has indeed, yeah. I've bounced around a fair amount, but I quite like it. I think in the games industry, you can get sat on one game for like maybe 3 or 4 years at a time. So sometimes it's nice to move around, because you'll do like 3 years on a game here and then another 3 years on another game there. So I personally have found that it's been quite refreshing to move from studio to studio. I've kept friends from every single one of the studios that I've worked at, that I talk to and play games with on a Wednesday and Friday all the time. Studios don't mind it. They have people coming in from all over the place all the time. So it's good for you, I think, as well, to progress by bouncing around. But that's just how I found it personally. Yeah, we've got a couple of really good ArtStation competition pieces. So which one should we look at? So we could go for the one I won if you want. this one here, yeah. No, that one, yeah, that one, the Lost Temple. Yeah. And so this you did on top of working full time, is that correct? Yes. So this one was whilst I was at Splash Damage. Before I had a child, I had all the free time in the universe, and it was great as well, because so we could work from concepts for this one. I think most of the ArtStation challenges, they have a concept phase at the start, and then you can kind of pick your concepts and then work on from that. So I had some guidance from some of the concept artists at Splash Damage who are like insane. And they were just giving me some pointers about things that I could change, or things that would help with the composition, and that really helped the way that I viewed the concept that I use, and added to it and evolved it to create this. So yeah, I was working full time at Splash while I did this, but I just thought there's so many things I can be doing in my spare time. I don't know. I just kind of always have a need in my spare time to want to do 3D. If I'm not doing something related to it, I'm sat there thinking about it, looking at the textures on the walls in my house, thinking, oh, how would I replicate that? Which can be a pain at times, but yeah, it means that I do personal projects, which is nice. Was that with Ben Cottage was one of the guys there, wasn't that, Splash? Yes, yeah. Ben was there the whole time I was there. Yeah, he's only recently just left now. I play games with him every Wednesday and Friday as well. He's one of my close friends. So these are the assets that predominantly are used throughout. So this is the big piece at the back. Yes. So these are the only assets in it. And when you look at it like this, it's kind of like, whoa, there's not much in there. But I guess that's the point of trying to get something out at as high a quality as you can in a small period of time, especially for something like a competition, just trying to like condense the scene down into its main components and get those right. And then if you can and have more time after that, add to it, sure. But yeah, these are the only components of the scene.
Should we have a look at one of these lovely? I love this one here. Should we start with this one, Magic Gathering?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, this was a big one. This was my first as a lead. So I co-led this with another guy, Stevie Gill, who just kind of helped me ease into leading at Axis by helping him out on this project. But this is an awesome one for Magic the Gathering. It's kind of the whole thing's set on a dinner table, but the world seems much larger because you're from the perspective of these little gingerbread men. And it's kind of in this magical world. I think Magic the Gathering released a set of cards that were fairy tale inspired, which is why they went in this direction. But it tells this story of a gingerbread man who loses his partner, and in the end, she ends up saving him. So it was kind of a twist on the typical story, but it's an awesome one if anyone wants to go and watch it. But yeah, this was great fun. I made a lot of assets in this as well as helped lead it. And we also used there were a good few, like some things like the fruits and stuff were purchased, and then we added a level of finesse on top of those. But yeah, this was a really awesome one. Just trying to get that level of detail down to something that was normally really small, and trying to add all of those little elements that would help sell the scene and make it feel like it was large. Was a really interesting task.
And what's your approach? You leading a team of, and you're sort of like refining a lot of if you're not happy with the quality of something. And
yeah, so it's mostly as a lead on this project anyway and I suppose in most projects in general, it's mostly about just taking the director's vision and then funneling that towards your team and making sure that everyone is as focused on the right tasks that need to be focused on, setting the scenes, helping layout, work out what the scene looks like so that they can put cameras in it, giving feedback to artists, all of those different things. And then another great thing, I think, and you don't get to do this everywhere, but it's something that's really awesome that you can do at Axis, is as a lead, you get the time to pick something to make as well yourself. So most of the time, the leads will just pick like the most awesome thing and then slowly work on that throughout the project. But for this one, I worked on just the general surrounding environment. So all of the walls, the fireplace you can see behind you, and then positioning and stuff and getting things into scene and making sure they renders correctly.
No, very nice. And then there was this sack boy as well.
Yes. So this was a massive project. It was a huge undertaking. This was my first as a CG supervisor. So I kind of was looking at this project from a perspective slightly, it was one step back from an environment lead. So you can see it is in a way helping to lead the leads and just make sure that they have everything that they need to. But one thing that I did bring to this was that we don't have at Axis that many really versed in real-time environment artists. So I helped to push that as well. But we had Stevie Gill, who was my co-lead on the last project, lead the environments for this, and I think they turned out great. But yeah, in general, as a CG supervisor, you're kind of just making sure everyone has what they need, the wheels are turning, and the visuals, the bar gets hit for the whole project for the project as a whole, rather than just the environments.
What was it rendered in then, this one?
So this was in real time in Unreal at I think on, was it 30 on PlayStation, on PS4, and then 60 on PS5.
I see.
Yeah, this was great. It was awesome getting Sumo's work and just like playing with it. We got to make all of Loom, which was the town that you can see there, as it was like completely separate to the game. So we got to make all of that and then provide the animations for their in-game cinematics, as well as so this was the initial opener. And then these are kind of the in-game cutscenes that help drive the story forwards. So we created all of the animations for those, the main ones that help drive the story forward, and did a little bit of like set dressing here and there.
Cool. You've done so much diverse stuff.
Yeah, it's been good fun. It's been good fun. Yeah, that's one thing that you get to do a lot at Axis. If I'm going to promote the studio in any way through this, is if you want to work on like a massive range of different things with fairly fast turnovers. I think our projects are like maybe 4 or 5 months. So you can, in a year, you'll be on like four or five, maybe 3 projects, depending on how big they are, and they're in different styles every time.
So great, and you're mainly focusing on real time, is that correct? In Access?
Yeah, so I was hired initially to just help beef up the real time team and push Access's real time vision. They've got an awesome real time team, lots of cool effects artists and stuff. But I was hired initially to do that, and then whilst we don't have or didn't have real time projects, I would help lead pre-rendered stuff, which was great for me because it gave me a real understanding of what it takes to make pre-rendered visuals and trailers.
And do you think one day the process will be, right, we've made that in engine and then you hand it over to the studio, or do you think it's always going to be like recorded at the end, then they play the MP4?
It depends, I suppose, on what it is that is needed coming out. I think real-time and pre-rendered are slowly merging together anyway. Like the Sackboy one was played in real-time in the game as you play it, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to do stuff like trailers and so on, there's rendering it out's always, or at least for the minute, going to be the best way to do it.
Yeah. And what do you reckon the future is for that sort of like process? Because we're at the cusp of a big change, aren't we? Especially with Unreal 5 coming online now. For
sure. So I think studios are really looking into how they can utilize real time in the pre-rendered pipeline. So for the moment, it's mostly things. I guess there are a lot of experiments going on at lots of different studios, but for the meantime, it's mostly things like helping iteration in layout with layout and lighting in cameras. So doing things like virtual cameras, which are awesome. You put on a VR headset and you put your iPhone onto a fake camera rig, right? And you're in the scene. And if you're with a director, or you've got the director sat on his computer at home somewhere, you can both walk through the scene, set the cameras up without the need to render out a video, get it over to them, get them to take notes on it. They can say, no, shift this camera up, and they're there as well. They could have their VR headset on at the same time. And then you've got this like crazy, iterative, really creative world, collaborative world, where you're both working on the shot in the same place at the same time. So those sorts of things are all massive at the moment, and they're really helping speed the initial process up. But I think for the moment, whilst, especially for things like really high-end pre-rendered trailers, while things like mesh complexity, which Unreal 5 has like changed the game in so far already, right? Mesh complexity, texture count, and translucency, while those are still like sticking points here and there, studios are still going to be more comfortable doing pre-rendered things for high-end visuals. But I think once those things get solved, there's almost no reason why waiting for a lighting change to get rendered out to see the change in it is such a waste of time, whereas in real time you just move it around and you see it instantly. So I can only see eventually that we're going to go in that direction.
So it's sort of like crossing over from virtual production into sort of like a VR cross production.
That seems to be where, that's where people are exploring most right now, because that stuff's where it needs to be, or at least it's getting right to where it needs to be. So this is the process here is quite typical for creating maps in games in general at the moment still. I think the only advantage that we had in creating these is that Gears of War has a massive library of things that have already been created, and so there is an element of taking those things and pushing them so that they work in the scene as it exists now, or to what it will come out as on the next gen console or whatever. But mostly it was taking blockouts that have been created by level designers. And then one awesome thing that we got to do at Splash was, in the groups of people working on the map, you get to really define what that map was going to look like. I can't remember what the documents were called at this precise moment, but we get to make a document and then propose it to the leads and to the coalition leads and say, we want the map to look like this. We think it will look like this. It should look like this because of these things. And then that would drive the visuals of it. The concept would run with that, and then we'd end up with this. So then, you would take the level block out and then clad it in things and then highlight hero assets So things that we would need to make in-house rather than just do world building. So there were, on every map, there was an opportunity to make stuff. Like in this one, that railway line was a new asset that we had to conceive. Obviously, all of the floor detailing, everything is modeling that needs to be done. But for the most part, I think on these, the assets came from a library and we just kind of up-res them and made them work for the scene as a whole.
And what would you would export the OBJ, bring it into Maya, up-res it, bake it all down, bring it back?
Yes, that's pretty much it. Or you'd kind of like make a new high poly and then bake that to it just to get an extra bit of detail into the geometry. Anything that you could do to push it if it wasn't up to scratch, because some of the assets were coming from like years gone. But I'd say for that happened rarely. Most of the time it was taking assets that were created for the gears that you were working on, world building the scene and then highlighting those areas where we'd need new things and then working on those, picking your battles really, and just making the scene as good as you can do.
Some of the assets look quite tricky, especially these Art Nouveau kind of stuff. There must have been elements that took a bit of like reworking, retopology.
Yeah. So things like the cladding and stuff that you just pointed out, those things will have been and were drawn by concept art, and then we would use or create existing trim textures and build UV new geometry based on that set that the concept had defined, and then clad the buildings in those. So those things like that would mostly have been new meshes. Yeah. And
it looks like you had a crack at another Gears of War project up here.
This was in my last days at Splash Damage. We took, so it was me and Josh Grafton managed to get this through Greenlight and into full production. And then once it got into full production, I just said, I've worked on too many Gears titles now. But it was great fun. Like Gears is amazing. It's got a very solid art style. And it is really fun to work on. It's nice, like chunkifying everything. And it's something that I think, as I make things today, still in the art style that I have in like chunkifying things up, adding bolts to stuff, making it a bit rugged. So yeah, I helped get this through Greenlight and into production, which was awesome. And then yeah, the team took it from there.
And it looks like you've been having a crack at some indie stuff lately. Is that right?
Yeah. So I just thought one issue that I have on projects in my spare time. I mean, you can do as many personal scenes as you want, but I've always had kind of the want to try and make a little game or something, just to give it a go. And one issue that I was always running into is that I have no idea how to code. And I also had no idea how to use blueprints, really. So these latest two were kind of an exploration or a foray in learning blueprints so that I could do those things more. And if I had an idea pop into my head, I could try it out and see if it would be fun to play. Because that was my main issue, is I could have an idea and I had no idea if it'd be fun to play. And I'd sit there thinking about how this would be the most awesome game in the world. And I need to get that pitch over to publishers. But who knows, it could be rubbish, right? And I think once you learn how to use blueprints and you can make it a small version of that idea, then you'll never really know.
Yeah. And so you're moving on now, is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm moving on from Axis. Unfortunately, it's a sad one. Fortunately, I suppose I have really loved working here, but yeah, as I said before, sometimes I just feel like I need a change. And I'm going to a new studio. Silver End Games, a small indie studio, to work on a new unannounced title, which will be good fun. I thought it'd be cool to try and get in somewhere early. They're a very new studio. I think only a year old at the moment, and just help out, help shape the art, help bring the art on a brand new project, which is going to be awesome.
Cool. Well, thanks for your time. Really appreciate that.
No worries. It was great speaking to you.
Yeah, you too. Hey Floyd, that was an awesome talk. Really loved all the eye candy. Really amazing stuff.
Thank you.
So it's been like, what, 9 years, is it, since you graduated?
Yeah, something like that. Every time it sounds strange, doesn't it?
Pretty crazy. I mean, it's incredible the amount of different places you've been to, isn't it, in that short time?
Yeah, it's been fun. I quite enjoy, moving around it. I think it adds some spice to your whole career.
I've got some questions coming, so I'm just going to fire out, if that's all right.
Okay.
So Lewis Starkey wants to know, what do you think the most important quality is of a junior artist is to have?
Okay, so there are a few things. I think probably the most important, I don't know if it's the most important, I'd say these two are ranked pretty much around the same, is autonomy and just the willingness to give creative input. There are times in projects, especially in games, where it's not always easy to have given another task or to have made sure that you're where you need to be on that task. So picking up things, I think, that you see need to be fixed or made better, or things that you think need to be made at all in general, is always awesome and useful for a lead artist to have someone on your team that does that. And also to have someone that, gives where they can see it, gives creative input if they have ideas, and don't be afraid. What we're doing is inherently creative. So it's really useful to have someone that just wants to give that input, wants to have those discussions. And it should be a really collaborative workspace. And it's something that I love about working in game art the most.
Cool. And Michaela wants to know, what is something you've learnt over your career you wish you knew when you graduated?
Something I learned over my career I wish I knew when I graduated. I think to have an understanding of how useful things are, like a base understanding in like blueprinting or coding, or just trying to make things interactive. I spent so much of my career coming up with ideas for games that I was never able to prototype. And those ideas kind of, you write them down, and then maybe I'd do like a personal piece of it, but it's a static image. And you never really get to understand how that thing is to play. And so you end up with the want to make these things, but never the ability. So recently I decided to try and start learning blueprints, just so I could start doing that. But it's something that I do wish I'd had a base understanding of earlier on, because it allows you to expand on your ideas massively. Even if you're just doing small pieces, you can add little bits of interactivity in it to make them more interesting to the viewer.
I noticed they're up in your art station, aren't they? Some of your little demo games. So if anyone wants to have a look, go check them out on Floyd Billingson's art station. So Bethany Fox wants to know, what new technology are you most excited about?
So I had a little think about this. So one thing that I think is still the gap between cinematics and pre-rendered and real-time art is things like mesh complexity and translucency, things that aren't currently able to stand up to rendering out on a machine. But things like Nanite and UE5 are really starting to bridge that gap and bring real-time closer to what pre-rendered things look like. So anything really in that area. So yeah, Nanite for one. I'm pretty sure translucency at some point is going to start really, really pushing to look closer to what can be rendered out of a PC. So yeah, I'd say just getting the mesh complexity and translucency up to what we can do in a pre-rendered.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. So we've got Daniel here. He wants to know, is there anything you remember being taught at the UH that you were that you found super useful out in the industry?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a bunch of things, but I think the main thing is I had fun at UH. There were times, I guess, as with everything, right, where getting things done is stressful, but I think that this should be inherently like a fun endeavor, like this career that you're about to start on. Every minute of it should be fun. Like the things that you're making, you should enjoy. And I do at this point in my career pretty much absolutely everything, and I did have a really fun time at university. So I think, yeah, just carry that with you. The things that you're doing should be fun. Try and find the fun in them. You're making something, you're doing art, it should be creative and fun.
Cool. Michaela would like to know, what classes at the UH do you wish you had more of once you were in the industry, like life drawing, storyboarding theory and so on?
Yeah, so I would say if there was, I guess we didn't really do much of it, but if there was the ability to do stuff with blueprints and interactivity, I think that would just help in the long run. I'm not sure if you guys are doing those now. It would be, I guess, awesome if you were. And live drawing, I love doing at university. I do wish I had the opportunity to do it more now. And I do feel like at times that would help, especially with doing things like storyboards and roughs and stuff. So those two things possibly, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So there you go. You heard it from Floyd. Go to your blueprint lessons.
Yeah, you'll really be glad you did eventually when you like have small game ideas that you think would be awesome to play, and you can just prototype them out in a few days. Like it will be super useful.
So one more. Ryan would like to know how was the real-time fuzz done on Sackboy?
It was, I guess, a mixture between the cloth on his skin was done using kind of a parallax occlusion mapping system, and then the fuzz was done through some procedural card generation. I'm not sure I can go too much into detail about it, but yeah, that was kind of the overview of how those things were done.
I'll PM you afterwards. So that's pretty much a wrap. So next up, well, first of all, thank you very much, Floyd Billingson, for coming today. Really, yeah, it's been a really nice insight into to what you're up to and how exciting it can be out there in the industry when you really knuckle down and have a colourful career like you've done.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's been, yeah, it was awesome talking to you again.
So next up, we've got Aya Suzuki. So I will hand back over to Dave. I think in a second. So.
Anyway, I'm going to formally introduce you. I'm going to say your name's Aya Suzuki, amazing 2D person. I don't really 100% know how many years you've been working, and I don't want to like say something wrong either. But you and I, we've known each other, I think we met in 2009 in the hair salon, Uli's, Lisa Hauk's hair salon. I think that's where Michael Schlingman introduced me to you. And then you and I, we've worked together just a few times, like 3 times I can remember, and always on storyboarding crews. So you and I, our experience together is like, we were always working on some kind of big thing, and I was there just for a few months. And you come with a British education in 2D animation, I would say. And so anyway, so if you introduce yourself, just give us a quick spiel and then go into your normal presentation. That'd be wonderful.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, I did that on purpose just to see if you were awake. Okay.
God damn it. I'll just start off by sort of like talking about a little bit myself whilst I show my show reel, which needs updating, by the way. You should always update your show reel. Don't be like me.
No, it's a good sign if you don't have to. That's a good sign if you don't have to.
I do remember working on a project where the director says, if an artist hasn't updated their show reel for like 5-10 years, it's a really good sign that they're busy and they're good. So I graduated the Arts Institute of Bournemouth in 2005. So I've been working in this industry officially for, I guess, 16 years. I missed my 15th anniversary. I should have done something, but you know,
no such
that was
thing.
Yeah, my animation industry anniversary. It was last year. We were locked down anyway, so I couldn't have done anything. But so what I think I'd like to share today is more about sort of like what I've done in those 15 years and how I got through them in a way, like how did I get the jobs? Because I'm not going to be able to teach in 20 minutes or 30 minutes how to animate or something like that. That's something that you learn years from your own experience, but I can probably sort of like shed some light on how I got the jobs working as a freelancer.
Yeah, that would be great. That'd be great to hear you.
It's kind of important as a survivor skill kind of thing, I think, because
some great stuff there, some great stuff going by.
Oh, thank you. God, I can't watch it myself. I'm just like, put the shutters down and close it for about 3 minutes and I'll come back.
Yeah, but that's being too harsh on yourself. It's really nice.
And, well, the reason why I want to update it is because my recent stuff is more decent for sure. But anyway, my career path is basically entirely freelance, except for the very first job where I was an employee. And I don't know about you, Phil, but most artists in London today, in the UK today, I guess, are freelance contractors.
My whole career was freelance. So like when I'm teaching at a university, it's the only time I've had an actual job in my life. And I was 55 when I started. So yeah, you know, even running my company, I would still call that freelance because it was totally hand to mouth. You know, every single job was a short contract. So
contract to contract, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, in my opinion, there's a lot of people say it's really scary to be a freelancer because it's unstable. But for me, I'm choosing to be freelance and employee because, in my opinion, animation studios aren't safe anyway. You know, you're only as safe as the health of the studio, whereas if you're freelance, you're as stable as how competent you are yourself. So for me, I prefer to be freelance for sure. I mean, recently, look at what happened to a stable studio like Blue Sky. And I know some people who are there for like 15 years and they're really scared of losing their job. But for me, it's just like, you know.
Yeah, but I think the kind of like condition, I think, is you're only as good as your last job. And so you're always on tenterhooks, aren't you? You're always wanting to outperform yourself, I think, and when you're a freelancer, and that's a given.
Yeah, yeah. And the nice thing is that, you know, to a degree, not always, sometimes you can choose which job you want to take, or, you know, sometimes you can choose not to take a particular job because you don't like the feeling of it or something like that. So that freedom for me is priceless. So as I said, I graduated in 2005, the Arts Institute at Bournemouth.
You're like a child. You're like a child. Oh my goodness.
16 years. Child. I'm just like, I'm starting to turn into sort of like the old master now, hopefully.
The kids
I'll
I'm
grow
teaching,
a white green. I'll grow a white beard.
Kids I'm now teaching are like babies. You're a child. I think I'm the only adult in the room here.
So the one thing that I do sort of like say to a lot of students is that in 2004, I volunteered as a translator and interpreter at the Hiroshima Animation Festival. And that was during the summer holidays whilst I was still studying. And that was the festival where I met a lot of directors. And the good thing is that if you're a volunteer worker for a film festival or an animation festival, you have the back doors everywhere. And then in particular, the people organizing the festival knew that I was studying animation, and they were really kind enough to sort of like put me in a position where I was the interpreter for Michael Dvorkovich, for instance. I was interpreting for him. So I met him there for the first time.
Terrible person, isn't he? Horrible guy. Horrible guy.
Well, made my life a nightmare with his long sentences, you know, always.
He's my neighbor. He's my neighbor, so I better speak very kindly of him.
I was interpreting also for Richard Williams, also. And then Sylvain Chaumet was a guest that year as well, so I was interpreting for him. And even though...
You've got some very interesting people to translate for.
And then for some odd reason, they put me in charge taking care of Takahata from Ghibli, even though he's Japanese and he doesn't need an interpreter. I was his helper. And strangely enough, yeah, wonderful. I ended up sort of like meeting him as a professional.
These are all, everybody you've mentioned is a serious big gun in 2D, like every single one. So talk about a wonderful thing. Like, I think it's like me, when I was 22, I met Bill Hanna. That was the most wonderful thing. So I think you too, meeting all those 4 people. Wowee, how cool is that?
Yeah, and then it literally was at that festival where Sylvain Chaumet, I obviously I was carrying my portfolio around all the time. And I'd always say, would you mind giving me advice as to what I can do with my portfolio? And then Sylvain Chaumet just offered me a job there and then. So a year before even graduating Bournemouth, I had my job sort of like ready after I graduated. So immediately after I finished at Bournemouth, sorry, I'll put the sound down. I ended up landing a job on The Illusionist. Timing wise,
did you go to Edinburgh for that?
Yeah, I moved up there. Yeah. So, and then it ended up as a 4-year job in the end, because I was storyboarding for about 2 years and character design developing as well. And then I started by sort of like supervising the assist, because I knew the model of this particular female character so well. And then eventually, like the final year, I was animating on it. So that was when I was an employee, and that was the last of me being an employee. Beyond that, I'm a freelancer. So
Also,
yeah.
I would say you're a survivalist too, because everybody I spoke to that worked on that film had harrowing tales of survival.
Yeah. Oh
in
yeah.
that film.
But at the same time, I think when you're 21, your survival skills are far stronger than you are when I am now. For instance, if I were to be on this project again, I'd probably be on it for a very short time. I wouldn't take it. Yeah. Simply because I know I would have other options. Whereas if it were me, like, especially me when I was 21, I didn't have any other option. So I hung on to that project like crazy.
You know, ultimately, the best thing about that for all people who worked there, it came out with amazing portfolio showreels, just like amazing portfolio.
Yeah, yeah. And
look
a
at these
lot of
shots.
people...
These are amazing what you've got. They're fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't even know you did them. I didn't even know.
And this is a sequence I entirely animated, and it got entirely cut from the film. It's like, oh dear. But anyway, I'm going to skip this because this is quite long, and you can see this on my Instagram, which I will share later on, and you guys can look at it whenever you want to in your free time. So after The Illusionist, I was an absolutely unknown animator. The film wasn't released yet, so nobody knew about The Illusionist. I was completely unemployed. And so I started applying all over the place. A friend of mine told me that Satoshi Kon in Japan is recruiting animators online on his website. And I looked at it, I was like, sure thing he is. So I applied for it along with many other jobs without expecting any response from Satoshi Kon, because that was the last job that I thought I'd get. That was my dream job, but I knew I wouldn't get it just yet. But strangely enough, I applied to many places. The only person who got back to me was Satoshi Kon. So if there's a job out there, you might as well just you know, apply for it. You've got nothing to lose at the end of the day. So I ended up getting a job. I was completely incompetent, but you know, he ended up saying, yeah, you can come over, like, if you'd like to work on this film, we'd love to have you here. So I ended up moving to Tokyo. Unfortunately, as you know, tragically, he passed away during the project. And
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Ah, okay, yeah. It was quite early on. I moved there, and then he was not feeling well already when I arrived. And then, yeah, eventually he found out it was cancer, and then he was gone very quickly. He's very young, so it ate through him so quickly as well.
City is in Tokyo.
This is Tokyo, yeah, and I was still at Madhouse. Mamoru Hosoda had been making his movies at Madhouse, but he was no longer there because he just set up his new studio. However, the production people that he had there were former Madhouse people, and that's how I had my connection with them. And then, yeah, I started working on Wolf Children. Sorry.
I remember you telling me you were trying to get them to use TV Paint, and they were always like, yeah, great. And then they would go back to paper.
Well, at this time, TV Paint wasn't a thing even in Europe at this point either, because
so a bit later than that. Okay.
Yeah, this is a year after finishing on The Illusionist, because I finished on The Illusionist. I was with Satoshi Kon for a year, and I was on this. So even in Europe and even in the States, TV Paint wasn't that huge a thing.
Yeah, it's funny, even though TV Paint's been around literally for almost 30 years now, it wasn't like a big common thing. You're right.
Yeah. And also at this time, the reason why I was in Japan was because there was absolutely no 2D work to go around other than maybe flash animation or something like that.
No, but you could have come to my studio. I had loads of it going on.
Also, like, commercial work was like alien to me.
Oh, right.
And like I only knew feature films, and that was it after The Illusionist. So
I love how they get you to do a check pattern jacket. It's like, why would it's just like, oh my goodness, I wouldn't even design it on one drawing and they animate the whole thing. It's crazy.
I really enjoyed that. Because it gives the 3-dimensionality. And it kind of, I was just like, oh, And then, yeah, of course, I worked on to working for Miyazaki and working on, which was at that time, which was at that time his final film, but he's making a new one again. So this is The Wind Rises, and the way I got this job was basically, again, recommendation from a friend. My friend, who was my animation director for The Dreaming Machine on the Satoshi Kon movie, once the project for that one was shut down after Satoshi Kon's death, he moved on to being an animator on The Wind Rises, and he had recommended me. And so as soon as I finished The Wolf Children, I moved into this. Basically, from here onwards, every single job I've got is through friends' recommendations, or kind of word of mouth between production people.
So you never actually killed anybody. Those rumors aren't true. So
exactly. Rumors and
totally
word
false.
of mouth is a very scary thing. So, just to let you know, I started on Ethel and Ernest. I was only on it for a very short time. This is when I was starting to sort of like question my stability in work.
Ability. Oh, stability. Sorry,
stability. Yes, because like I was limited to doing 2D animation. I was just like, this is not good, because if there's not a 2D animation project out there, that means that I'm out of work. And I was thinking about this, and it's weird, the timing that this happened. Like, I suddenly get a phone call from Paramount saying, would you like to storyboard on a Paramount animated feature film? And I was just like, how did you hear about me? First of all, why does Paramount have my phone number? So these are sort of like examples of the boards that I did on Sherlock. These are more detailed because this was a presentational piece where we were trying to cheat Paramount into believing that we storyboarded a sequence that we didn't really storyboard, if you know what I mean. It was like, just do some panels and make it look as though you've done something. It's like, okay.
This is being recorded, so they're going to come back and haunt you now. It's like, we heard that video.
So these are examples of my work on Isle of Dogs.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So the idea was that everything that you see on TV is 2D. Yep. And then Wes is a live action director, so he's not the easiest to work with because he doesn't understand the process of 2D animation. And even though this was his second film, like, a lot of the stop motion animators complained that he doesn't understand the process of stop motion animation. So he thinks backwards, you film it and then you edit it. Whereas in animation, you edit it and then you film it, because it takes so long.
Yeah, people say that about Tim Burton as well. I think the problem with the animated films is they literally take years, and those guys, they don't want to be around for years watching an animator move. So that's boring for them, I think. So
yeah. And in particular, obviously with Tom and Jerry, they're very 2D characters. So, it's best really to actually lay it out in 2D and draw it in instead of putting those 3D models in. These are just examples of Tom and Jerry boards that I did. This is not used in the final film, and I guess that's why I'm allowed to show it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was cut out of the film entirely in a very early stage. I don't think it even made the edit. But yeah, it was, the idea is that Jerry is looking for a new home, and he meets Goldie and asks for her advice as to where he could potentially live. She suggests that he should live with her in the water, but he can't live in there, obviously. And
that's a very cute sequence. Very cute sequence. I haven't seen it before. Yeah,
I had a lot of fun. Yeah, it's Jerry is an absolute joy to draw, because he's like
so expressive.
He's got baby features, doesn't he?
Yes. This Monkey King, that looks very pretty.
Yeah, so I've been working on this for over a year now. I started straight after Tom and Jerry. And again, strange connection. The director is Tony Starchi, a very good friend of yours, Phil, from back in the day.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize he was doing the Monkey King. Yeah, Tony Stockian. I worked with him in Taiwan in '86. And so yeah, totally instrumental in getting me and my wife together, to be honest. So
yeah,
so, yeah.
he told me that in our first meeting. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
And we worked with him we worked in Taiwan, but again in San Francisco. But he's somebody that I only speak to fleetingly. He's been to London a couple of times. Last time he was here to record the orchestra in Hampstead for the Box Trolls. That's the last time I've seen Tony. A few years back now, but kind of a thing. What is this?
Yes, this is a Netflix feature film.
Cool. When will it be coming out?
2023, I believe.
Wow.
So still some time to go. Yeah.
So, wow, thank you so much, Aya. Brilliant.
Yeah. And all the sort of like work that I showed today, you can see available on all these social media sites. The best way to see it is on Instagram because it's in a portfolio format.
Press escape and then it'll all will become, and then you should be able to see, yeah, there you go. Wonderful.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, we might have to repeat that one. We're probably way over time, right?
But it doesn't matter, because what I think I might do is, if I have to edit this way down, I'll probably put like the long version on a place where the students could still see it. But I think it's hard to pick things to take out. It's all really good stuff. So
I tried to shorten it, but I tried to shorten it, but you kept on asking questions. It's not my fault.
And you know, I think there's going to come a time where you could out Michael Dudok DeWitt there. You could probably talk for over 4 hours as well. There's going to come a time.
No, that's definitely too much. My voice will be dead at the end of it.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's exhausting.
So lovely to see you.
Thank you so much, Aya.
Yeah, say hi to your family for me, Lisa, as well.
And blast off. Well, I think we're back live. Hello, I'm Philip Valentin still, and I have with me here Aya Suzuki. Aya, thank you so much for coming. Say hello.
Hello, thanks for having me here. Like, unfortunately.
You're very brave, because you didn't see the edit I made of our long conversation. So I think one of the first things you did, God damn it, and I kept that in as well. So. And also, I have a correction as well, because when I was trying to recollect where did I first meet you, although it was at Lisa Haug's hair salon, I think it wasn't as early as 2009 when I had an exhibition there. It was when Uli had his exhibition. So I think it was more like 2012, something like that.
Could be. It literally was shortly after I returned to the UK from Japan. And then, you know, my friend told me sort of like, oh, Uli's having an exhibition or something like that at a hair salon. And I was just like, that sounds really bizarre. Let's go.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And it's really, really cool. And anyway, I just want to say all the comments that were there on YouTube, nobody seems to like your work. I don't know what's happened. No favorable comments.
Harsh critics, huh? All your students will be directors.
Well, to be honest, even me, like although you and I have worked together a few times, when you did your whole kind of spiel, I was like, oh, wow, I didn't even realize you'd done that and that and that. And also some of the things, like I knew you worked on, I wasn't quite sure what you had done. So it was very illuminating. And what I will promise the students is that I will post up your whole talk, because you do cover many, many, many other things very well. You spoke very clearly about lots of good advice, which isn't in that short edit. So so thank you once again. I'm going to jump right into questions, if you don't mind, Aya. There's a few.
Go for it. Yeah.
Here's the first question. How do you get freelance work on these films?
just a lot of generous friends who are willing to put your name forward when you say, I'm out of work, what do I do, kind of thing. And then a friend of yours goes, oh, so-and-so is looking for something. Oh, so-and-so is looking for something. Oh, so-and-so is already on that project, so speak to him. And then you go, I'm really, really sorry to disturb you. And I know it sounds desperate, but I'm looking for work right now. And how, like, if you've got anything at all that you know of, please let me know. I still do that to this day. I sent one to Dino the other day like that.
Oh, really? And I think you're really good with social media. I looked at your Facebook page, and you're really interesting. Like, it's interesting stuff. And I think you do whet people's appetite to see what you've been doing, what you have done, and what you're on at the moment. And I think that's not every animator has the wherewithal or energy to keep up with social media, but I think you're doing a great job with that.
I mean, I hate social media with a great passion. You know, I have a great hatred towards sort of like Facebook and Instagram and all that, but I use it 100% for work, and I use it with a work brain. And I'm just like, I'm not going to put anything personal there. It's just going to be work. And if clients want to find me, they can find me very easily. And it's worked in the past because I've had clients who found me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all that. So, yeah.
Here's another question, which is somewhat related. What's the toughest thing that you have faced as a freelance animator?
I think when you go into animation, I think you don't go into animation like as somebody who goes into finance, right? Or sort of like, I don't know, who goes into the government sector or something like that, or an office job. You go in there because you're really, really passionate about it. And so I think, but at the same time, when you begin, like, you don't have that strong a concept of the sort of like financial stability side and so on, and eventually you have to balance that out, and what you're passionate about isn't entirely always financially feasible, or for some odd reason, the bigger the budget, the less I like the project. And the smaller the budget, I love the project, but I can't take it because I can't afford to take it. So those are the reality difficulties that I still struggle with today.
Yeah, I think you're right, because actually I was speaking with John about this too. You're working on this big Hollywood thing, and when you're in the middle of it, you don't often agree with what's going on, but they pay you well, and you're meant to be like a cog in a wheel, functioning as well as you can. And that is a compromise. I think that is a compromise. And
Yeah.
It's such a collaborative industry that those kind of compromises are part and parcel of it. So, and maybe for the freelance people who want to make their own projects, that's another beast, isn't it? That's just a different problem again.
Yeah, I mean, you can always go down the route of just working on sort of like that stuff that you really believe in. But again, like, you have to balance it out with taking on other commissions in order to sort of like make that machine sort of like keep on moving, or else
paying a mortgage. Hey, now you've got a mortgage. So it's
that's why.
Quite a serious concern. Yes. Here's another question, a bit unrelated, but B loves the Isle of Dogs and would love to know if you have any sort of insight in your work in there, any kind of general information you could illuminate on the processes that you went through to get the 2D into that film.
I mean, that one was a tough one in particular because Wes comes from a live action background, and the even though it was his second stop motion film, the stop motion animators were still struggling to work with Wes, who works with such a live action mindset. It was exactly the same with the 2D people. Like, you know, he didn't understand the concept of how 2D animation is made, and he works entirely remotely as well, which makes it harder.
Always in Paris. He's in Paris.
Yeah.
You guys are... Could I ask you, did you have to show him completed shots before he knew what he was looking at?
We always sent him roughs.
Oh, right. Okay, that's good.
Always. But he only called for retakes once it was comped. So you'd be like, he'll look at a rough, go, yeah, I think it's okay, kind of thing. And you'll show a tie down, say, yeah, I think it's okay. Clean up in between, oh, it's looking okay. And then it's colored and comped, and it's like, no, I don't like the performance at all. So,
well, that's not so good. That's not so good.
Yeah, but he's very much a live action brain person. So unless he sees the final picture, it makes you realize how skilled sort of like animation directors are, because they can really, their brain automatically can imagine the final piece when they see the rough.
Yeah,
so
it's not this
that's
after the fact stuff.
Yeah, it's really specific. Yeah.
Here's a question from one of our teachers. Would you like to direct a feature one day? Are you thinking of yourself along those terms? Is that an ambition you have?
Never say never. You know, if it came to me, I'll say, yeah, okay. If you think I can do it, I'll do it. But I'm not the kind of I'm kind of letting sort of like the opportunities kind of sort of like have its
Organic.
own path. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
my
know.
whole career is very organic. I never aggressively pursued anything, to be honest. I just would work hard and the next thing would fall through the door. So it's a bit like that for me.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a goal of, once I get to Disney, I'll be happy, which a lot of people have. And a very young me was like, if I work for Miyazaki, I'll be happy. And I wasn't. So, and then I realized I'm happy when I am happy every single day, instead of.
I think that's really clever and wise. And some people get that pretty early. Like I worked on some really rubbish television program stuff in the 80s, but I didn't mind because the people I was working with were so talented, and I was working in various countries. And so people would like maybe not ever consider working on those shows. Whereas I was learning so much working on crap shows and earning good money and working with great people. Now, the stuff I was doing, I wasn't maybe so happy with, but I had really excellent years in my career doing those things.
The process is more important than the final product to me now. And
Oh, here's a question from one of our female students who's actually a really good 2D animator, Georgia Duckworth. She was wondering about, could you just maybe shed a little light on being a woman and pursuing what you're pursuing? And I don't really think about that too much, but I think it's, you know, maybe obvious. And as a student's curious, what do you think?
You know, there's always these subtleties that you don't know, like, you know, you kind of, sometimes you can get sort of paranoid and put a reason onto it. And sometimes you're like, am I thinking too much or am I not thinking, sort of like, but there's obviously, you know, hurdles and sort of like obstacles, because you're a woman. And in my case, because I'm not white either. So there's always those little things. But the thing is, if I get caught up on that, that's me losing against that little pebble, you know, that's on the road, or sort of like that hurdle that I need to jump across. So the way that I think about it is just like, you know, don't let that stop you. Your career path may be on a delay somewhat because of your gender and your skin color. But it's not, again, that's not a problem to me either. I don't mind having a slow progression in my career, so that's fine as well. So it's how you sort of like deal with it mentally more than that issue itself. So that's how
people think we live in a very toxic world at the moment, but I don't think that's the case at all. And if you're just going to constantly look for an aggressive wall to beat your head against, and then you're going to see problems everywhere. And if you're going to look at every single facet of your life in some kind of political lens, then it's going to be a problem for you. Whereas I think, like, after your talk, I think from what I've taken away from you is this steadfast, steely, nervy ambition to be a really good animator. And you've really, you know, stepped up to the plate every single time. I think you've been creative with the, jumping from this project to that project. And those are all fantastic maneuvers you've made. And I don't think it's easy for anybody to continue and be constantly successful. I have a question for you though. Looking at all of your work, a lot of the stuff you did in Japan and things like that, or even Simon's Cat, one of the problems for a young animator is how the heck do you control the volumes? How do you control the model? And how do you do that frame after frame after frame? So I wouldn't mind if you could just say a couple of words about the one main 2D hand-drawn frame by frame problem is control. How do you retain this control in your work?
It's a really good question, because when I, for instance, supervise, like I'm just always finding it a problem with, even with the senior animators, they struggle with volume. I probably sacrifice a lot of performance because I'm so focused on volume sometimes. So, it's a give and take, I guess. But I spend quite a lot of time when I start on a job creating a model sheet that works for me. So and it's almost like, you've got this frame, right? And I'll have all the model sheets around like that, around the frame. And then the middle bit will be empty. So I can take that into TV Paint. So the middle part is where I'm most of the time drawing, but I've got all the models around to look at. So every single angle that I can see of sort of like the body shape or something like that. And
well,
then
that mimics what people had in their real studio, doesn't it? Like these people would have the model sheets all around them.
And I also, sorry, go ahead.
I think we're being told to
get out.
But I totally concur with this idea that you populate your little world with your model sheets, and that's how you get some control. And anyway, Aya, super fantastic that you've done this. I'm going to drag you back into the uni for like a proper animation tutorial kind of thing, because when we see your work, we're just like, how the heck did she do that? And we would love to open the hood there, get underneath it, and get some of your practical secrets. So thank you so much for doing this. And just to
thank
reiterate
you so much
to everyone that I will post the longer version of the interview, which is filled with other golden nuggets. So, so now, Aya, thank you so much. I will introduce the next bit here, which NPC is snuck under the wire. They have attending today. They have a video prepared for us. So David's going to cue the next video, which is from NPC and the focus. Here we go.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you everyone at the University of Hertfordshire. My name is Jonathan, and I'm the admissions coordinator here for the Academy at the Focus, to give you guys a very brief presentation on what the Academy and what the Focus is basically all about. So kind of kicking things off, what is the Focus? So essentially the Focus is a career hub for professionals, which enables them to advance in your career and make the best of their experience in the creative industry. Essentially what we do is we're just basically a global community of creative professionals, and we provide industry news, virtual training, career opportunities that are tailored specifically to your visual effects interests and the specific fields that you study and that you work in within the VFX world. A bit more specifically, we hire and develop talent for Technicolor's award-winning film and episodic visual effects studios, which include MPC Film, MPC Episodic, Technicolor Pre-Production, and Mr. X. And we've as well as recently been sort of diving into the advertising world, which our studios at the Mill and MPC Advertising focus on. And as well as we also focus a bit more specifically on animation films through our Mikros animation studios. We basically hire across various locations around the world. As you can see here, we have studios in Montreal, in Toronto, in Los Angeles, in London, Berlin, Mumbai, Bangalore, Adelaide. So the focus with Technicolor Studios, we really tried to have a global reach, and we tried to really take on and reach out to as many up and coming talent, no matter where you are in the world, and providing those opportunities to to up and coming individuals to have a shot of working with us and learning about us. Over here, before we continue, I have a little quick demo reel of a video, an MPC film reel, to kind of just give you like a good glimpse of some of the works that we've had in the past that we're very proud of, and a lot of film projects.
Listen to me, this is not a game. You're gonna run to that ravine.
Fly, Dumbo, fly.
So that was a bit of a video of, a compilation of our works that we've been involved with. You guys might sort of realize or remember a lot of those movies, such as Godzilla versus King Kong. Oops, sorry about that. Movies like Godzilla versus King Kong, 1917, some of the Harry Potter films. We really do have quite a wide array of films that we do work on. Obviously the visual effects industry as a whole has made a lot of advances in recent years. Like the aesthetic of all these visual effects look very hyper realistic. And Technicolor Studios and all their sub studios, we try to do our best to stay ahead of the pack, if you will, and maintaining that sort of high standard. I apologize for that. High standard on such visual effects. And on that note, I actually have someone here joining me with for this presentation who actually has very direct experience of working within the industry. We are joined here by Mr. Ross Burgess, who is the head of animation for NPC Episodic in our London studio. And even though you don't see him, you can rest assured that he is not actually this gorilla. He's actually a real human being. So Ross, why don't you just kind of introduce yourself and maybe just give a few thoughts to the students here at the University of Hertfordshire.
Yeah, sure. Hello. Hi, everyone. I know I've probably met some of you before at some point. I actually live just a stone's throw away from the university. So I'm really interested in working with you guys kind of going forward. So I'm Ross Burgess. I'm head of animation for NPC's new episodic department. The reason I kind of chose to come here and do what we're doing is because there's just such a huge opportunity at the moment within episodic itself. Obviously, you know, with the emergence of Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon and Apple and blah 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 blah. There's just such a huge amount of work to be done, and obviously the expectation is always going to be film level quality. So the challenge is for us, it's like, how can we kind of maintain that level of work that people are used to with NPC, such as, you know, what you're looking at here in our show we're represented on an episodic kind of scale. So a pretty much a new department covering a few different locations, as Jonathan was saying. So lots of opportunity, lots of growth, lots of fun times ahead, and we're all very excited about it. So I'm glad we're here, able to kind of give you some intel and hopefully persuade you at some point in your careers to come and try it out.
Nice. Well, thanks for that. Well, I mean, in that case, you know, I do actually have quite a few questions, if you don't mind, Ross, to just sort of like pick your brain on. You know, a lot of these questions that I'm about to ask you are just sort of like very frequent questions that we do get quite often from applicants and, you know, individuals who are interested either in the focus or the academy specifically. So, you know, we're going to take this opportunity that we have with you here to sort of, you know, kind of pick your brain on a few things. So obviously the first question that I have here in mind, if you don't mind just kind of like giving some insight on, is you know, if you could just maybe describe what a typical day in your life looks like at NPC Episodic. What, you know, what do you kind of do on a day-to-day basis? What does that kind of look like?
Okay, yeah, cool. That's a good one. Yeah, well, I think every day obviously starts with a very strong coffee. that's like to get.
I can attest to that one.
To get you through the day, just like the one I've got here. But yeah, it's you know, it's I guess if you're coming in new to the industry, you know, as a junior kind of artist, the requirements during the day is almost just to kind of make sure that you're working, you know, really heavily with your leads and your supervisors. So I guess the expectation is you take the work up to a certain level, so kind of 50–60%, which we have an abundance of here. Obviously, very good kind of good talent to really help kind of push it over the finish line. So that's it, really. I think we do tend to encourage our artists to take the time to produce the work that we have here. So a lot of our artists are, you know, they're good animators, but on side from that, they're good observers of life. You know, we spend a lot of our time finding and gathering reference and shooting our own reference. So you'll often see kind of animators in the halls kind of acting like complete loons. And being questioned of why they're doing that, but then obviously they're just kind of acting out reference and stuff. So we take a lot of time to kind of make sure that we're getting the right performances in, and then, you know, hopefully, you know, after a few weeks we get the shot looking like it, you know, like we want it to look, and we can all celebrate in the sky bar on the top floor and at the end of the week, and another week is done. Weeks tend to fly by at the moment. I don't think that's a bad thing. Usually, you know, things go quickly when you're having fun, and I think it's definitely we're definitely not saving any lives here. It's a good fun industry to be in, and we're blessed to be in it, really.
And the key takeaway from that answer is drink your coffee in the morning. Yeah. Awesome, that's great. Thanks for offering that insight. That's going to be really helpful for individuals to kind of know, you know, what it's like to actually work in the industry on a day-to-day basis, because you tend to think of like these big projects, and, you know, you kind of have like the broader, more zoomed out scope. So it's kind of nice to know, you know, just kind of like more the nitty-gritty details on a day-to-day. So so thanks for that. I got another question. This one is definitely one that's very pertinent to a lot of individuals who are interested. The question is, what advice could you give to aspiring animators coming out of school specifically?
I think there's a few things. You know, being a good animator is, I always say this, it's kind of 50% being a good animator and 50% being a good person. And, you know, within NPC Episodic, we take that really seriously. It's like, it's really important that we get the right individuals into the company. You know, people who like to work hard, and, you know, we'll give back what they put in. What people put in, we'll make sure that we give back in opportunity and, you know, things like that. A positive attitude is just you can't, you know, if you could bottle that, you'd be a millionaire. It's something that you know, not being defeatist, coming in and actually putting in and adding something, you know, adding solutions as opposed to problems, but always asking questions. It's being proactive. So being proactive, positive attitude, really important things. You know, you can learn how to animate on the job in many respects, but you've got to have a certain kind of attitude when you come in. And I think really the biggest advice I can give is just to continue to be. This is obviously, you know, you're coming out of university, you're currently studying at university, but always be a good student of your craft. You know, and that the best animators I've ever worked with have that still in them. Have still got that fire. They're still analysing people's work outside of in different companies. And you know, if the latest Disney movie or Pixar movie comes on, they'll be frame by framing it, making sure that, you know, how are they making it look so good. You know, techniques, all this kind of stuff. I think always being a really good student, and it's not like, oh, take it home, you know, and kind of dream about it. It's just it's always, I think when you're an artist, I think it's just part of it. It's part of what you do. It's part of it. It's all encompassing. It's something that you love to do, and it's not really a chore. It's almost a, you know, when you get paid to do things that you love, it's that kind of artistic kind of license that comes with that. So be a good student of your craft after college, university, and have a really positive attitude would be my main things.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think that's something that, you know, based on my own personal experience, that tends to get overlooked a lot, is, you know, those sort of like soft skills and those people skills, especially in a field like visual effects, where, you know, people tend to think it's, you know, it's all about being the most artistic and the most creative and the most like technical at your skill. That sort of like puts you above the fray. But oftentimes, like kind of what you're alluding to, you know, you're working with a lot of other individuals, you know, you're sort of negotiating different creative visions and stuff like that. So, you know, kind of to your point, you know, just being a good human, if you will, you know, just knowing how to talk to people and knowing how to, you know, sort of like compromise and work together, teamwork. You know, I know it's all the cliches, but like, you know, I can really attest to the importance of that. And I always tell that in my interviews with applicants for the academy. You know, be a good human, don't be a jerk. Be good with your instructors,
so
be good with your
100%.
classmates. Yeah, exactly. Nice, cool. Okay, so thanks for that one. I have another one if you don't mind. I've got a few more. How can an applicant stand out when they're getting their demo reel ready? I'm assuming for like job hunting or whatever it is.
I think here's the problem, right? Every HOD will give you a different answer to that question, depending on you know, the job that you're hiring for and all that kind of stuff. Personally, for me, I come from so I've kind of done both 50% kind of feature animation, 50% visual effects animation in my past. So I'm not one of these people who go, oh, I don't want to see kind of acting stuff because, you know, we do creature mechanics here. You know, animation is animation, and I think it's all important. What I would say is a nice variety of work. It would be a good thing. I see a lot of very good acting motivational reels without any kind of creature mechanics, and I see a lot of kind of creature mechanics reels without any acting motivational work. I think with episodic, the great thing about what we're trying to establish here is, although NPC are known for their kind of, you know, very hyper-realistic kind of talking, walking kind of creatures and animals, it's not all what we want to do. We want to have a variety in the work that we can sell to our clients. So, and that keeps not only does it keep things interesting in the office, it keeps the team motivated, and it keeps people kind of happy as a team, and they want to stay longer and we can invest more in them. So I would say I'd like to see a variety of work. One strong character piece, one strong mechanics-based kind of, you know, animation, whether it be, I don't know, a tiger or whatever it is. You know, there's plenty available, plenty of good rigs around. Just to have a good variety of work, really. You know, and again, what I like to see also is your process. So I don't just like to see finished work. I think that's kind of a common mistake with student reels, is that they always pump out kind of very polished work, and it's good to see that stuff. But actually, for me as an animator, I don't really care how it looks in terms of your lighting or your shading or anything like that. I'm just purely looking at how well the asset moves and performs. So, you know, whether you've done your blocking pass or your first pass to your final animation, yeah, I'd like to see those different stages. I think that's really important to see that, see the breakdowns and how you've done that. I'd like to see the reference that you've shown. I think that's really important. It's exciting for me. I mean, think about how many reels I see on a daily basis. You know, hundreds and hundreds of reels. You know, the ones that stand out are the people who, you know, look at this. I've acted this shot out, and then I've performed it on my rig. And I think that's really interesting to look at. You know, so don't be afraid to show your process. So process, variety.
Nice. Got another one here for you. This one probably pertains more to you specifically. What are some of the more challenging aspects of your work? I know everyone will sort of answer that question differently, but I mean, you know, based on your personal experiences, what are the most challenging parts?
I think, you know, it's funny because when you weigh up kind of feature style animation, as in kind of character work over mechanics based work with the motivational stuff, and by that I mean the typical kind of Pixar or DreamWorks style work. You know, you can as long as you're telling the story, as long as you're enabling the edit, it doesn't really matter how you do it. You can do it in a million different ways, which makes things slightly easier. When you're doing the kind of types of work that we do, which is kind of photorealism, it either looks right or wrong, and there's no real in between. Well, there are in betweens, which are kind of like, that's not what we want, but ultimately that's kind of what happens. But our eyes are so used to looking at photorealistic things, because that's what we do as humans, that we know we can instantly tell whether something looks right or wrong. So in our field, on a day-to-day basis, in terms of what we do here at MPC, I would say the observational work in terms of taking something, a piece of reference, and making it work in CG, and creating that illusion. And not just that, but you're selling the illusion of reality, but you're also sprinkling a tiny bit of magic dust to kind of make the TV show better. So it's not just about making things look real, it's actually you're entertaining that stuff. That's the kind of whole point of what we do, is that, you know, people buy their subscriptions and it's up to us, it's our jobs to entertain these people. So there's that kind of hybrid of photorealism and entertainment, and that's really hard. And that is really something that takes years and years sometimes to kind of perfect how to do that stuff. But, you know, again, that's something that we do a lot. We put a lot of training in place for that kind of stuff. So it's part of what we do. So I'd say in terms of the challenges, that is the hardest thing. You know, it's all quite tough work, but that's the struggles of being an artist.
I would have to imagine, though, in that case, you know, it's definitely very rewarding when you, like you said, you know, when you kind of go through that process and you finally start sort of mastering those techniques, or, you know, like it's challenging, but it's a very rewarding ending.
Yeah, and also, like, no one, you know, I'm yet to find an animator who even when they've finished their work, have gone, oh yeah, there's nothing I wouldn't change about that. You know, you can always tweak, change. It's learning to accept, to let go. You got to, at some point, you got to let go and go, that's it. That's what it's going to be. And I guess, like every good painter or sculptor or you know, architect, he has the same turmoils that we go through on a daily basis.
Nice. All right. Well, you know, I feel like we definitely picked your brain quite a bit here. If you don't mind, this one's a bit more of a fun one. It'll be our final question to you before you head off. What would you say is the project that you are most proud of, and why?
Ooh.
And
okay.
no need for false modesty here.
No. Okay. So, I mean, bear in mind, I've been in the industry for quite a while, so there's quite a few to choose from. The one that really stands out to me is I was very, very lucky to work on The Dark Knight, and it was funny because it was at a time when there was lots of very good animation projects around, lots of good creature animation projects around. Like I remember Narnia being around at the same time as Golden Compass and lots of other things. And I remember my HOD at the time saying, "Oh, Ross, do you want to work on Narnia?" And I was like, "No, I've heard that Batman's in." And he was like, "Yeah, but it's just body doubles."
Oh, I do think we might have lost Ross here. He did mention beforehand that he does have some pretty shaky Wi-Fi with where he's at work. We'll just kind of give it a few seconds to see if he comes back. Ross, if you can hear us, you are completely frozen on the screen right now. So we'll just bear with it for another few seconds. I do apologize everyone for this technical difficulty. Hopefully we will have him back. I think he was saying that he was most proud of working on The Dark Knight. Fantastic series. I'm a huge Batman fan, and Dark Knight was definitely one of the ones that definitely I feel like reinvigorated that franchise. So if I had to fill in for what I think Ross was going to say, is he's pretty proud of being part of that team. But we'll wait a few minutes here and see what's happening. Okay, yeah. So unfortunately, oh, Ross, we have you?
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. You were frozen for a bit
back?
there. You were
Sorry.
mentioning, don't worry about it. I was just saying, you know, we're both having technical difficulties, all as well. I think we last heard you just talking about The Dark Knight, and you were saying from there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I got I was offered at the time. There was lots of good kind of animation projects around, and I think they had Narnia and Golden Compass and a few others, and they were like, Ross, come and work on Narnia, and I was like, no, I've heard that Batman's in the office. And they're like, yeah, but that's just a body double. You don't want to, you know, there's nothing exciting about that stuff. It's just motion. And I'm like, look, I don't care. I'm a hugely obsessed Batman fan. And anyway, they were like, okay, Ross, we'll let you do it. And so it was me. I think I was one of two animators on that. And I actually did a shot of The Dark Knight standing in Tokyo and jumping off a tower and like doing the whole Batman thing through the air.
That was a 16.
And you know, for me, that was my glory moment, because I was Batman, and what more can you say? So I've got kids, you know, who are equally as comic book obsessed, and when they say, "Dad, you know, were you really Batman?" I was like, "Yes."
That's awesome. No, I was just saying before we lost you, or while we lost you, that, you know, I'm also a huge Batman fan, and you know, the Chris Nolan films and The Dark Knight, like in my view, really sort of like, you know, reinvigorated the franchise and really kind of gave Batman a whole new dimension. So the fact that you got to be part of that team, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, it was cool. And obviously, you know, there's been plenty of projects, you know, alongside that. Obviously, Jungle Book being one of them. You know, so it's the projects where you try and, I guess, set a new bar in what you're trying to do. And there's certain projects that happen. Then they don't come that often, but when they do, you want to get yourself on it, because they're the ones that really kind of, you know, propel you into different kind of arenas and challenge you the most as an artist.
Right. Nice. All right. Well, I feel like we've taken enough of your time. I feel like we've picked your brain quite a bit. I really do appreciate it. Really, I honestly do. You know, it's easy for me here as the admissions coordinator to give off a bunch of information to our students here, but you know, actually having someone that's worked in the industry such as yourself, very well accomplished, it goes a long way in sort of, you know, spreading the good word about MPC, about the focus, about the academy. So on behalf of everyone, I'd like to thank you for joining us. You were really insightful, a lot of really great insights. And yeah, everyone, this was Ross Burgess, once again, the head of animation for MPC Episodic in London. If anyone has any questions for you, is there a way to reach you? Are you reachable on LinkedIn?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. You know, I'm quite happy to take questions on LinkedIn, or just, you know, but really what I'm hoping to do is, as I said, it's, you know, Hertfordshire is my local university. I live in St Albans, just down the road. So I'm hopefully going to be coming in and doing a few lectures and presentations and trying to establish a good relationship with you guys, just so, you know, you've got me to kind of talk to when you enter into industry and you have someone to go to. So thanks for listening. I hope you find it useful, and yeah, give us a call anytime. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Ross. Have a good one. All right, everyone. So that was back to B. So that was Ross. You know, thank you for him for all that information. You know, if ever you want to try and catch him in person, as he said, he's right around the corner. Just go to your local coffee shop and look for an animated gorilla, and that will be Ross Burgess. So moving on to the presentation a bit more specifically, I'm going to be talking about the Academy, which is, you know, specifically the department that I work for. So just in case there's any sort of confusion. So basically what the focus is the broader sort of creative hub that brings artists and studios together and all that type of stuff. The Academy specifically is it's sort of like a subdivision that offers a free intensive 8 to 10 week online training in visual effects. We offer quite a few number of different programs, you know, such as animation, effects, lighting, 3D, DMP/environment, quite a few different programs, you know, for more specific disciplines that'll basically suit your interests. I could give you all the information, but I actually do have a up and coming video that will pretty much explain everything for you guys, which I will play right now.
Our intensive 8 to 10 week virtual learning courses are available to recent graduates or VFX artists looking for their first break within our creative industry. You'll work with Technicolor's industry experts, gaining invaluable experience through a mixture of live mentoring and high-quality training materials, allowing you to hone your technical and creative skills, all connected via our cloud workstations. Our mission? To ensure you're equipped with what you need to deliver first-class VFX as you begin your career. We want to improve accessibility to our industry too, which is why we have made the course free and virtually hosted, opening opportunities in the process. Plus, at the end of your course, you'll have the opportunity to directly apply for available roles at Technicolor and will receive a sign-on bonus if offered a position. Typically, 80% of our graduates go on to be hired. So, what are you waiting for? Our virtual academy currently runs across the following disciplines and locations. We will offer you dedicated mentoring from a senior industry member, master classes with industry pros, live demonstrations, active support from academy trainers, rigs and assets to complete your weekly assignments, periodic assessments, live reviews, individual feedback and live Q&A discussions, plus continued access to video tutorials featuring industry experts after the course is finished, as well as the potential to use your project work in showreels too. Ready to take your next steps? Go to www.thefocus.com/learning to find out all the details and links to apply. While you're on our website, be sure to also sign up for our community newsletter to receive exclusive job alerts and content straight to your inbox. We're excited to partner with you and help kickstart your career in the creative industry.
Nice. So that was basically the gist of the Academy and what we are all about. So just to kind of recap, you know, the main points there, as I mentioned right before the video, it's an 8 to 10 week free online training. That you heard that correctly. It is completely free. That includes no tuition cost. If any of you individuals would need, you know, sort of like the softwares to work throughout the Academy, we also do provide the software licenses completely free for the program that you'll be applying for. So I can't stress enough that it is completely free, and the reason why we make it free is to just sort of, you know, make it as accessible as we possibly can. Especially because, you know, we sort of geared this Academy for, you know, individuals such as yourselves who are going to be recent grads and sort of coming out. And, you know, I've been a student once myself, and I understand sometimes the funds can be tough to come by. So, you know, that's why we made this free, to really make it as accessible as possible. Yeah, so pretty much, you know, how it happens is you go through the training, you have a dedicated mentor, you have a bunch of access to, you know, a bunch of learning resources. So basically you'll just, you know, it'll be an 8 to 10 weeks of pushing your skills, constantly learning. And then pretty much towards the end of it, as the video did say, you know, we do have a current 80% placement rate, meaning 80% of all our students who go through the Academy eventually do get offered a position within one of Technicolor's studios, whether it's NPC, Mr. X, or whichever one. So pretty much how to apply. So it's actually really super simple. All you really need to do is just go to our website at thefocus.com. You go to your program of choice. Like I said, we have animation, we have lighting, we have 3D DMP. We recently just launched some new ones in London, the 3D simulation generalist and 3D environmental generalist. So we definitely do have quite a wide array of different programs that should suit everyone's needs. And pretty much that's pretty much it. You just have to go through our site, you apply there. Obviously give your demo reel. And that was kind of the good thing about speaking with Ross earlier about, sort of like what the philosophy is behind offering your demo reel. Try and do your best to show your best work, save the best portion of your work towards the latter half of the video. Obviously try and make sure that the video that you're submitting relates to the program specifically that you're applying for. So if you're applying for animation, show us your animation skills. If you're applying for FX, show us your FX skills. Kind of goes without saying. But all that being said, we do tend to get a lot of questions about, from students, recent grads who are like, I have a demo reel, but it's a bit dated and I don't feel too good about it. Is it okay if I still submit it? This is a really important fact that I can't stress enough. While a demo reel is a requirement during your application, while we do need it to sort of like, vet you and kind of determine what your base skill sets are, we always have all our applicants perform a standardized skills test. And ultimately, really, even if your demo reel is a few years old and you feel like it doesn't exemplify the current state of your skill sets, that's why we provide you with a standardized skills test, and we tend to put more emphasis on that. So as long as you pass your skills test, that's for us deemable you to be, strong enough to go through the academy. So pretty much you pass the skills test, and at that point we just have you perform a very quick, informal 15 or so minute interview with the admissions team, which includes either I or the admissions manager, Heidi Carden. And pretty much after that, we send you an email with saying if you're accepted or not. And that's pretty much how it is. So it's pretty simple. We really encourage everyone of all skill sets to apply. You get a few chances on your skills tests. So don't be shy, don't be nervous, don't be shy to show your demo reel. We really want to see what you have. We want to give everyone the best possible chance possible. And yeah, so that's really kind of pretty much it. After you apply, if you just sort of, want to be part of our community, or you just kind of want to know what we're constantly all about, you can basically stay up to date with us by subscribing to our community. And you can also make sure to follow us on social media at The Focus Careers. Heidi and I, who are part of the admissions team, we're very accessible, and we're very responsive on LinkedIn. So don't be shy to reach out to us on LinkedIn. It's part of our job to spread information about what we do. We're really happy to do it. We're very thrilled about it. So when I wake up in the morning and I have a million messages on LinkedIn, I absolutely love it. So I can't hesitate to not reach out to us with any questions or concerns about the Academy or the focus that you may have. Even more specifically than that, you can see here, there's a little code bar here that if you use your phone with your camera, it'll basically bring up a list of all our recruiters. So essentially, Heidi and I are part of the admissions team for the Academy at The Focus. But if you scan this barcode, you'll be given a list of all the recruiters for the actual studios themselves. For if ever in case there's some individuals among you that want to apply directly for a role within one of the different studios, you can just basically scan this barcode. You'll be given a list of all their different recruiters and how to contact them. And you could reach out to them, and you can either try directly applying for a job or ask any questions, whatever the case is. We try to be very, again, like I said, we try to be very accessible for everyone. It's what we want to do. It's what we have to do to grow the family. So yeah, so don't be shy to reach out to us. We really would love it. And obviously you can just join our generic Facebook page, our generic LinkedIn page for The Focus. That contains a bunch more information there, and you can pretty much see all of that. And that's really kind of pretty much it. So I want to thank everyone here for joining us. It was really great to share this presentation. I obviously do apologize for the slight little hiccups here and there with the volume and the mouse and all that. I would love to give a huge special gratuitous thank you to both Martin Bowman and Mark Wallman, who basically were the individuals that helped us set up this presentation at the University of Hertfordshire. It's because of people like them that allow us to do these presentations and allow us to to spread the word about our company and really just kind of grow the family and really just discover up and coming talent such as all yourselves, and kind of give you guys a chance to live out your dreams, not to be too cheesy. But so that's pretty much it. So thank you to everyone. It's been a pleasure. Again, you can reach out to me, Jonathan or Heidi Carden. We'll be there when you need it, and we look forward to speaking with you all. And with that, I wish everyone a good day. Stay healthy and safe in this COVID-related world, and hopefully once everything kind of
So I think, Frank, I think we might be live here. I think.
Are we live? Hey!
Yeah, when David counts it down, it still feels a little bit like, sorry, David, what? And then we're pushed out of the nest. So
yeah.
So thank you very much to MPC and the Focus for that talk. Now, Frank and I would just have a couple of little words here. We're not going to be here for very long because lunch is coming up. I would like to say that Frank is flying over all of Hertfordshire, making sure that all the students are being nice and not naughty. And so be kind. Now,
I always see the students. Whatever you're doing, I'm behind you. I have my eyes, my polar bears are looking everywhere.
And that ukulele is actually a microphone, isn't it? So
it is. It's a spying machine.
Must have to turn off YouTube my end. So we just have a few announcements. We would like to initially say thank you so much to our guest speakers who attended this morning session. That's John Stevenson and Aya Suzuki and Floyd Billingson and the MPC Focus guys. Thank you so much for that. It really means a lot to get your insights. And I saw some of the chat there. It's quite active in the chat. Now, Frank will introduce this video in a second, but we also would like to remind people what's going on in the afternoon. So we're going to start again at 2. So we're about to take our lunch break. Now, the afternoon is going to be student work, but before the student work, David Tree, who's choreographing this entire event, is going to talk about his Interreg project, which is a University of Hertfordshire funded research project. And they're coming up to the end of their 5 years of doing this study. Some of it has to do with post-production facilities and resources around Europe. And so he's going to give a 15-minute talk about that when we come back from lunch. And then after that, we're going to watch a first-year showreel and all the other projects that we have included into Film Day, and then prizes after that. But Frank, would you like to introduce this little cute short film from Billy Gray?
A little film that first-year student did, which is very serious. It's all about being serious, and nothing that you will ever recognize will happen in this little movie. Yeah, I don't know what else to say without spoiling it, so I don't want to spoil it. You may hear my engine at the moment. My computer is making noise, but actually not my computer. It's my giant dirigible, huge machine that are pumping, the gas and all that stuff. You only have 25 minutes to eat, so I hope you have a lot of good food to go to. Personally, I'm going to have my polar bears. They just captured a Russian submarine, so we're going to eat some of those, sailors in sauce or something like that. It's going to be delicious. And we'll see you at 2 p.m. Rock and roll.
So take it away, Billy Gray from.
Okay, welcome back, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
It's great to see you back. Well, we can't see exactly, but we know you're there. We hope you had a good lunch and you're ready for the afternoon selection of student projects and awards.
Yeah, if 20 years of lecturing has taught me anything, you may notice I look slightly different this afternoon. That's because you've got to always have an escape route. You've got to always have a plan to kill everyone in the room. And you've always got to have a backup machine in case your camera stops working on a live YouTube broadcast. So can I please get some Fs in chat for my old webcam? And then let's get straight on with the afternoon. Oh, before we get straight on with the afternoon, I think there was a request earlier and he's now joined me. So here is Tiny. Tiny, say hello to the people. Tiny has just been diagnosed as having asthma, so he's kind of chilled out. He's getting inhaler blasts every now and again. But other than that, he's doing very well. Although he's doing a good impression of looking dead now, aren't you, Tiny? Tiny, be alive, Tiny. I assure everybody he's breathing. He's just being very late. Right. Okay. After that brief cat interlude. So next we're going to hand over to the Exposé's grand high controller of all things, David Tree, for him to tell you all about a little project he's been working on. Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Julie Craig and I'm the project manager of Create Converge. Huge welcome to Animation Exposé to everyone, including students and our industry colleagues.
Hi, I'm Julia Grosch and I'm working with Film Fund Hamburg Schleswig-Holstein.
Hello, I'm Professor Peter Richardson from the University of Hertfordshire and I am the Work Package Leader for Work Package 4 and also the Principal Investigator on behalf of the University of Hertfordshire.
Hi, I'm Jo Nolan. I'm Managing Director of Screen South.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Langgaard and I'm a Project Manager in Film Aarhus.
So my name is Jim Bown, Professor of Systems Biology in the School of Design and Informatics at Abertay University.
Hi, my name is Pernilla Lavesson and I work at Media Evolution in Sweden.
We have 9 partners in 5 countries. The countries involved are Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden and the UK. But we don't just stop at working with people in those countries. We're working with people all over Europe and beyond in the wider world. We're working across 4 strands. Those are connect, collaborate, learn and reach out.
The Connect strand aims to expand on existing networks and networking events and to deliver these on a transnational level to enhance transnational knowledge and technology exchange. 4 years ago in 2018, we started with a big VR conference that took place in 3 different locations at the same time with our partners Media Evolution in Malmö and Film Aarhus in Aarhus. That was connected to the first edition of RAM, the Virtual Reality and Arts Festival that takes place in Hamburg. So that was the beginning of a VR adventure.
So we've been working on a number of demonstrators. The two significant ones are Visualizing Creative Work and Our House Walks on Water. Our House Walks on Water was an immersive event that took place in Our House in 2017 as part of their European City of Culture program. And this was an immersive fashion event staged on a dock where literally you would walk on the water. What we did, working with David Tree and the rest of the team from University of Hertfordshire and Film Burgess, we ran the 360 live stream, so you could dial into the event anywhere in the world, and we made an immersive interactive film, 8-minute film that top and tailed the entire event, that sort of teased the audience with the notion of technology connecting people, and had some interactive elements where there were performers on the larger buildings around the dock who interacted with the film. So characters in the film would signal to people on the dock side. I think one of the biggest challenges of Create Converge was to produce the Visualizing Creative Work project, which is a VR project whereby we developed an algorithm to map the creative industries in the North Sea region, and actually worldwide eventually. The idea being that we could look at where there was capacity, where there are weaknesses, and the app allowed the viewer to put on a headset and see all the projects that were underway and in train, and historical projects in a virtual reality environment where they were literally living with the data and could see very clear connections that you just can't see between companies when you're looking at accounts or looking at the projects they're doing. We could see who they're collaborating with, who their suppliers are. And from that, we can actually calculate a value that the creative industries have in the North Sea region.
Abertay University leads InGame, which is the UK's creative cluster for computer games. It's an £11.5 million award for Abertay and its partner organisations to add growth and value to the game sector. Create Converge has actually worked with InGame in two ways. In some projects, we've used our expertise from Create Converge to scope activity and then frame a proposal that goes into InGame for an SME to work in a new way or in a different area. In other projects, we've both scoped and actually contributed directly to the technical development to specific projects where our emerging technology expertise can impact. Expertise has been used to inform a project in the food sector, combining immersive augmented reality with AI to support improvement of livestock management. In another example, we supported an SME in a project considering the design and development of an AR experience and the underpinning technology pipelines that would make that experience possible for a local historical site using virtual billboards to give a kind of hologram effect. That was a technology pipeline that we developed within Create Converge, and we took that pipeline directly to that industry.
have been working across most of the work packages, but we've also been leading on work package 5, which has been a great package to lead on. Its main focus is learning, talent development and skills, and encouraging people to find opportunities to network and share knowledge at any opportunity within the framework of the programme. For example, the Hamburg Film Festival produced a really great programme of transnational panels and around interactive and VR, and bringing, you know, kind of provocative conversation to the table around working practices in the sector across different countries. So that was great, and a lot of nice partnerships have come out of that programme and that opportunity in Hamburg. We've also had the opportunity to enhance a programme that we've been running with BBC R&D and BBC Arts around new creatives, which allowed us to develop a programme of 100 digital projects. And because of the work we've been doing with the Create Converge partners, they had the confidence to give us the opportunity to do interactive as well with R&D. So we have had a lot of learning and exchange between the partners about the best way to approach that, and getting, you know, kind of best practice from our international cohort to see how we could develop something that wouldn't be too costly and would be, you know, appropriate to first timers. And so, yeah, there's been some really good interactive labs, and, you know, 4 significant projects that have come out of that across VR, interactive games, and using BBC R&D software as well. So it's been an interesting mix of opportunity, because also the technical and research areas have really developed over the last 4 years, and what was very expensive when we started this project has become accessible. So sharing that knowledge, particularly with the researchers in the universities as part of the project, has been very important. Sometimes that happens on a profile platform, like, you know, some of the online work labs and conferences that our partners have been running, particularly with Aarhus and others, but also from the conversations around the table and on the online partner meetings, where the knowledge exchanged around our learning has been significant.
Film Burgess is leading the strand called Reach Out, which is about the CCI beyond entertainment, and how we can help CCI companies to reach out to other sectors. That could be the healthcare sector and the education. And we've seen that the CCI companies and their competencies can give a lot of value to other sectors.
Our publication, Storytelling Beyond the Screen, came about because we wanted to do a publication that wasn't connected to current technologies that would be outdated in, say, 1 or 2 years. We wanted to do something that could be used by professionals and students and for years to come, that took the whole immersive experience to the next level and talked about the possibility of immersive content. And I think we succeeded in doing that.
Mediavolution is based in Malmö, which is in the south part of Sweden. We are a member-based organization with around 300 member companies. We have also got the chance to try out new ways of doing business through digitalization, tech, VR, and much more. So I'm looking forward to new projects and networks just like this in the future. Thank you. Hej då.
In this year of challenges, to come in with an informed opinion and set of solutions has been absolutely vital, and has maintained our position within the work that we're doing as well.
Finally, I just wanted to say what an absolute privilege it has been to be part of Create Converge and work with my very esteemed partners. It has been a joy to meet them, to be able to compare notes, exchange experiences, and I have learned way more than anyone has learned from me. Thank you very much.
So now, hopefully with sound. Sorry about that. I forgot that I don't actually go through the desk. So here I am anyway, just to do a backwards introduction to this. So that was a research project that I've been working on with a team of researchers and small companies around Europe for the past 5 years. And we're coming to the end of it now, sadly. And I had a little anecdote at the beginning. Sadly, there were no free Steam keys like people were hoping for. However, most of the stuff we produced, especially with the new creators work, is available on Steam, free to download. So please feel free to go and look at Secrets of the Soil, Singularity, or Dichotomy, which you'll all find on Steam. Or just look up Cody, he's in the chat as well. He worked on those and you'll find him in Steam as well. But yeah, so it's been an exciting research project, and we've worked with a team of people from all over Europe, and it's been really interesting to sort of stretch outside of outside of our own comfort zone and go and find out about different cultures, as well as working on this immersive sector together. So thank you, everyone, and that was the video. So I'm going to now do some magic on screen and bring forth the Dan and Martin. So let's summon them now. There we go. There's one, and there's the other one, and there we go, everyone. So I shall now hand over to your terribly handsome hosts, who will now give you the rest of the afternoon. Thank you for listening.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks, David. Well, the next thing we're going to be looking at is, well, obviously we're going to move on to our animation prize, showing all our animations to the student animation this afternoon, and then we're going to move on to the prizes themselves. Now, every year our students compete with each other to have a chance to get their work shown at our end of year animation festival. But before we begin showing that work, the second year and third year films, we've got a film from one of our first years, Ivalo Yanev, who decided to make a stop motion animation in a National Geographic documentary style, exploring the wildlife that can be found within every animation student's bathroom.
Not your wild brings the wild to a home.
We're back, hey everybody. I hope you enjoyed that great first year film. And in fact, let's hear a lot of noise from the first years in chat, because we want to do a little celebration of you. We think the current first year at Hertfordshire have worked incredibly hard this year, and they've produced a really astounding level of quality in their artwork. And they've done this remotely without any in-person classes, so that we think that's extra impressive. We're so proud, in fact, that we asked Phil to make a little video edit of a whole bunch of work from the first year that shows off just some of the variety of things you've done and some of the amazing quality of the work you've produced. So the next video we're going to see is a highlight reel of first year work across the whole year. So enjoy. Well done to the first year. That is amazing. Every time we rewatch that, we are again just amazed by how good all the work is, and we spot new little nuggets of work that we haven't noticed before, and just how strong it is. So really impressive, guys. We can't wait to see what you manage when you're in competition officially next year in the second year. Also, well done to everybody. We noticed we have now broken 200 people watching. We're at 213 watching the stream as I speak these words, and still climbing. So it's great to see how many people are here watching events as we go. And now, without further ado, we're going to get into the first block of actual second and third year films in competition in this year's online Animation Exposé. Over to Martin.
Thanks, Dan. The first block of films, in this first block of films, we're going to show you, these films are going to mix tales of terror that all animation students will understand. There'll be whimsical pieces about farmyard machinery, a story about how interspecies friendship endures over relationships, a game that helps its players cope with trauma, a dystopian vision of how everything is going for the rats, and an escaping monster on the rampage. Something for all the family.
Hi, I'd like to introduce my film Buddy. It's a short animated film about an animation student that is struggling to fulfill a brief. It's very slapstick, and it's inspired by Warner Bros. Oh god, I think he's too distracting. I think he's... Oh god. It takes inspiration from retro animation, the Warner Bros., the Cartoon Network, and I'd like to thank Phil for his amazing eye for detail. I'd like to thank my mentor for just being an absolute legend from start to finish. And I'd like to thank my parents for giving me lots and lots of milkshakes. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy.
Hey folks, we're back because we forgot to say a really important thing before we started watching the films. What a great film to start us off, but Martin has another important announcement to make.
Yeah, indeed. While you're watching these films and all the other films you're going to see this afternoon, please keep a note of the ones that impress you the most and why they impressed you. You're going to have a chance to vote on your favourite films to win many prizes later, so do keep a note of which ones made you go wow. All the films, by the way, will be available on our Vimeo channel in a few days' time after their premiering today if you want to watch them again. The address for that is obviously vimeo.com/UHAnimation. And now we'll return you to your usual broadcasting.
So this is your godlike overlord. I am just restarting our software because I'm informed of a slight audio sync issue, and hopefully this will fix the problem. So I'm just going to watch Martin and Dan dance for a few moments while I load the software.
Make all the gifts now. Make all the gifts of us dancing. We'll be on 3D hip forever doing these motions.
Right, let's give this a try. Hopefully this will fix it, folks.
Hello everyone, we are the team behind Red. We are three totally unrelated people from around the world who came together to the University of Hertfordshire to make a film for our second year.
What we didn't expect after we had shortly arrived was the first year pandemic ruining our social lives, the second year cyber attack nearly cutting the project short, and for third year we're expecting that aliens are going to be taking over the world. But don't you worry, we are stocking up our shelters, so we are prepared.
Despite all the hurdles we pushed through, thank you to everyone that supported us on this tough journey. Hope you enjoy.
Hello, I'm Jade Smith, the creator of Tisk Tisk. This was my first and only year on 2D on this course. I was learning 3D animation in first and second year, so it was quite daunting at the start. But I owe so much to the lecturers, especially Phil, for being so encouraging from day one. And I also want to thank my composer, Mark Zhang, who did such an incredible job making the perfect music to go with my animations. And finally, thank you to all my friends and family. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'd like to introduce my film Buddy. It's a short animated film about an animation student that is struggling to fulfill a brief. It's very slapstick and it's inspired by Warner Bros. Oh god, I think he's too distracting. Hi, I'd like to introduce my
Hello, I'm Jade Smith, the creator of Tisk Tisk. This was my first and only year on 2D on this course. I was learning 3D animation in first and second year, so it was quite daunting at the start. But I owe so much to the lecturers, especially Phil, for being so encouraging from day one. And I also want to thank my composer, Mark Zhang, who did such an incredible job making the perfect music to go with my animations. And finally, thank you to all my friends and family. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy.
Hi. Hi. I'm Angela. And I'm Belle. Our project is a 2D platformer that explores different stages of grief. Boo is a young kangaroo sent to gather flowers for her mother's funeral. She experiences different stages of grief as she explores the dreary rooms of her home. The reason why we're making this game is because we both find it important to openly discuss death as something to not be afraid of. This trailer wouldn't have been possible without our pre-production and production freelancers, our wonderful 3D team, and the sound, music, and voice talent that we've had the privilege to work with. Please give them a big applause when the credits roll. And follow us on our social media to see how we continue this game going forward. Without further ado, please enjoy our trailer.
Let me tell you a fable of a mother and her child, and how they were able to decorate the wild with roses and tulips adorning their home, and berry bushes that they encouraged to roam. The little family, hand in hand, looked after the entire land. But good things don't last forever. My time has drawn near. Goodbye. I love you, my dear.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Brando, and I was the Director of Photography and responsible for compositing on Annika.
I'm Joseph Allerton. I modelled and rigged Annika.
Hello, I'm Agnieszka. I was the lead animator for Annika.
My name's Hugo, and I worked on the environments for Annika.
Hi, my name is Jogos. I'm part of Team Annika. My main role on this project was lighting, texturing, and look depth.
I really enjoyed recreating vintage lens effects and the CCTV glitch effect you see at the beginning of the film.
It was a lot of fun seeing this creature go from research to render and come to life.
It's nice to see all of the team members progress while working on this movie.
I hope you enjoy it.
I really hope you enjoy the film, and thank you very much for watching.
And I hope you all enjoy the film. Thank you very much.
I really hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Special thank you to the UHAnimation team for helping us through the whole process. So, without further ado, here are the fruits of our labour. Enjoy Annika.
Чего ворчишь? Жрать хочется. Жена мясо потушила, но оно холодное. Хватит ныть. Я вообще тут часами пырюсь в эти мониторы. Стой-ка. Слышал сейчас? Да это у меня в животе бурчит. Погоди. Что не так? Я ничего не видел. Поднимайся! Бежал! Начальник, мы потеряли картинку.
One.
Hello, everybody. We're back here again. Sorry about the issues we're having with sound at the moment. David's going to try and fix them by restarting the entire stream. So that means that the event's going to go offline for 5 minutes or so. So we'll be back at in about 5 to 10 minutes time.
Yeah. It's out of our reach.
So we're just going to be sitting here looking, fabulous.
I'm just going to play the ident down the line.
Okay.
Just to give me something. Where's it gone? It's not there. Go on then, Martin, you're on.
Is het niet off, no?
Sure.
Ready, go.
Hello, everybody. We're sorry about the technical problems we're having at the moment. It seems the only way that we can possibly fix that is by moving to a new stream itself. So in a few minutes, David's going to put a link to the new stream in the actual text below the YouTube video that you're watching at the moment. So if you just hang in there, wait for that new